we let the 5 minutes to start. Actually, we have the 4 minutes to start and the 4 minutes to start. The surfers in the heat, once you reach the line now, please hold on your position. No more surfing will be allowed. Now we just over 3 minutes to start. Would you put me out of the water control? Nobody else will want to do this. Thank you so much for all the pictures for your flying. Reminding you all we'll be running at the 30 minutes.
Good morning and welcome to Portugal as the European QS edges towards a thrilling conclusion on the Costa de Caparica. It's the Surf Fest 2023 quarterfinals time, and it's getting close to crunch time in terms of qualification for the challengers. Some people call today Good Friday. Round here they call it Great Friday. Let's say good morning to Ben Mundy and Chico Alves, our surfing experts.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Paul. How are you?
Really good, really looking forward to today, what it's going to bring. Your thoughts on, we've had an hour or two since the sunrise. Seen some energy out there. How you feel it's looking?
Yeah, I think it's bigger than yesterday, and with the lower tide, it's going to look amazing. I've said the high tide is a great tide for Costa, but this event surprised us all, so low tide is the go time.
Ben, what have you got for us this morning?
Yeah, there's still swell, like just been endless kind of since we arrived last week. I think it seems a little bit smaller than yesterday, but potentially, but Chico's the local, he knows best. But yeah, it's, you know, there's waves, it's sunny again, the good winds. Yeah, so it's excellent surfing conditions, loads of opportunities.
Okay, so, well, with just 8 surfers left, quarterfinals, let's turn our attention to the rankings and see, well, where we are right now and also some of those permutations and where we might be come the end of this event, because it's all about getting these spots for the Challenge Series. There we go. That's where we're at right now.
Yeah, Kaylee Vast up in front, but he's out of the event. Joanne Duru is still in the quarterfinals. Tiago Carrique is also out of the event, as is Kuzno and Mignot. They're now one, potentially Marco or even Joanne could go up into first place and win the European sort of qualifying series rankings. But it's more sort of below the bubble where things start to get interesting, I think. A few surfers down below that top 7 mark there, you see. So Timothy Bissett, for example, he's out of the event. But Duru Amatriain, he's still in. Becret still in. Lacomare and Gatton Delahay's already got his spot locked in. So all those guys, you know, an early round loss could wreck their whole Challenger Series sort of tilt.
I think I'm right in saying Duru Amatriain is the only person that's basically got in that wasn't in the cup before this, coming into the event.
I think Justin Becret was also, he was out of the top 7. So yeah, Justin's had a good run. And yeah, those guys will need just one more heat. Could be absolutely pivotal. So these 4 quarterfinals we're going to see today, they've all got a lot riding on it.
Should we get to the call?
Let's do it.
Let's go find out what exactly is happening with Joanna Garnell.
Good morning, guys, and good morning to our contest director, Hugo Pinheiro. How are things looking out there today?
Hello, good morning. Looking slower than yesterday for sure, but we have like 30-minute seats, so it's a man-on-man, so it's perfect for the weight and choose the right ones.
And it's on right now. Who's in the water?
So men's are in the water now, okay, so it's on for sure. After this we have the women's, so that's it.
Could it be finals day today?
Not at all. So we are trying to run on the best tide. That's we think that's the low tide, okay? And like in the morning now it's glassy winds, so it's clean conditions. Giving like 30 minutes today. Also we're gonna try to do the same tomorrow. So it's just trying to choose the right tide and the right time to run it. Yeah.
Always looking out for our surfers and the perfect conditions, right?
Of course, that's it. Always focus on the surf. I know that tomorrow is a little bit smaller, but still clean. So today will be amazing surf, also smaller, but we had like 4 days like perfect waves here in Costa de Caparica. So it have been a great contest. That's it.
Well, great. That sounds really great. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. Quarterfinals, men out on the water. Let's check out Dave Bouchgua and Mark Lacomare, 2 goofies, heavy hitters, powerful surfers. I think we're going to see some spray.
Absolutely, yeah, that's their trademark. They're big lads, real heavy back foot surfers. They always go big. They're some patient too, so they'll wait for the best waves. They won't just sort of go anything. They'll wait for the biggest waves they can get and try and absolutely blast it. So yeah, looking forward to a bit of a change in the guard. Teva sort of making his way up through the rankings. Mark obviously probably had a good solid decade experience. Still right in the mix, of course. But yeah, two friends, 2 really talented surfers, and yeah, they've got 26 minutes now to make their mark.
Yeah, I feel that both of them have quite the same strategy in each, which is something that we'll see on this one. They like to wait for the good one, so I think it's going to be interesting to see who gets the first really scoring wave on this heat. As you see Mark looking at the beach, trying to understand maybe if it's on, or maybe just trying to see some signals from the coach.
Just coming back on those ratings, Ben, you're right, actually, yeah. Becret was 12th.
Yeah.
12th coming into this. So he's jumped up a couple of spots. So it's at the expense of Bisso and Luis Diaz, essentially. Those are the 2 that came into this one.
Diaz is gone.
Yeah, so let's see, essentially, what happens, obviously, in the quarters and through to the final in terms of that European Championships up for grabs for the men.
Yeah, absolutely. Justin, one of the surfers that's come up through, and he said that he's not even hasn't been following the ratings. He's just going to concentrate on this event and see how all
Do you believe him?
You know what?
They all say that.
I kind of did, but I'd be very surprised if his coach, who works with Richard Marsh, isn't all over the rankings and knowing what he needs to do. But he said his approach is just to literally surf the event and see what happens. But yeah, he'll know that one more heat could be absolutely crucial. And same with Lacomare, who came in just right on that cut, and he's had a good event. You think he'll be safe, but it's really tight there, and that's what just adds so much. This is the last event of the whole circuit throughout the year, so it all comes down to this today and tomorrow. Finals day, moving day, as they say in the golf terminology, which is on right now.
Thinking about that Challenger Series tour, Chico, and the chance to step up for the CT, do you think some of these experienced crew, particularly the Frenchies, would have been inspired by what Maxime's able to do? 10 years plus on the QS, and would be forgiven for sort of thinking, where's this going exactly? And then steps up. He's right now surfing at Bells with the very best in the world, some of the greatest ever to do it. Do you think they'll have been given extra sort of motivation by seeing that happen?
Yeah, I think it's always great to have someone you can look up to and kind of follow his steps. I think each country has that guy kind of. We see in France Max struggling for like 10 plus years and then making it. I think that's a good example of a good determination he has, and how you can achieve your goals with a lot of hard work.
It's Teva on a runner. It's quite fast. And so his manoeuvre selection is restricted to trying to get a lip line float on the backhand. He arrives a little late and he'll go incomplete as well. So a slight misstep early on for Teva Bouchgua, but obviously with man on man and with priority, he'll have plenty more opportunities.
On that note with Max, I think also the Challenger Series, because they're 10,000 points, they're massive points and off. If you just have one really good event, you make the semis or the final, or even win it, you kind of almost got your spot. So it's, you know, if those guys can just get into that all-important Challenger Series and, you know, you turn it on, like it, you know, could be Hawaii for Justin, or Mark Lacomare on his backhand at Aracira, for example. So, yeah, it just gives you that chance to just put it all together, and then suddenly, you know, the CT is a really realistic dream. That's what Max showed last year.
Yeah, one good result and kind of two non-shockers, basically. You got a really good chance.
Which is quite hard, because the Challenger is really hard. Every heat is like a final, as we see the boat.
Is that the closest a trawling vessel's ever been to surfing competition?
Probably, yeah. I think as we see Vasco arriving to the scene right now, he looks laser focused like yesterday, and yeah, the boat was really close. I thought it was looking maybe to get something on the board too. And as we see Estrela de Palcamar,
he's really close.
He's really close. Yeah.
Sometimes I've seen, the jet skis don't get that close.
And I think he's not allowed to be so close. We see...
he's just a massive surf fan, though, no doubt. Just coming to check out the action.
Yeah, with a bit of a line there behind.
Put some diesel in there.
As you see, angle from above of the fishermen's. Great
Easter
shot.
Friday. It's a public holiday here, but not for the fishermen. They're still out there. And for Mark Lacomare, who, you know, like, as we said, he's been on that qualifying series for a long time, and potentially not getting towards the end of his career, but starting to look at sort of plan B. He's had a kid last year, so he's got a new child. You know, this is another lifeline. If he can, for example, you know, get through this heat, get onto that Challenger Series, goes to Australia, you know, his backhand is lethal, gets on the super bank, turns it on, and then suddenly a year can change pretty quick, or his career can change. So I know these are all ifs and buts, but the opportunities are there, and there's so many great surfers from all around the world, but they've got the talent.
Two events in Australia come pretty quick as well, so if you can get on a bit of a roll and get points on the board, that really sets you up, and then you got the rest of the season really to try and nail one big result. Let's see how all of that plays out, because we've got reduced fields on the Challenger Series this year. Is that good news?
I think so. Yeah, I think we had to sort of, they were pretty
So too many for you last year?
Too many
challenges?
Too many good surfers. No, I mean, it does mean that you get some real talent sort of miss out. But, you know, you get so much opportunity to make that cut. And I think, you know, by distilling it just to the best surfers from each region, I think it works. Makes those Challenger Series like such, you know, it's almost a CT level. We've got all the CT guys there as well, come back after the cut, so they're all super hungry, quite angry. So, the Challenger Series just around the corner, and I think that man, Joanne Duru, will be there after pretty impressive performances. He surfed the first heat sort of the last 2 days and been one of the highest heat totals, so, Joanne Duru, it's good to see him back sort of, I don't know, sharp and focused, and he looks pretty happy with his lot, and he'll be dangerous.
Short season as well, 6 events on the Changers as opposed to 8 last year. Do you like that?
Well, I mean, yes and no is my answer to that. I like the fact that, 8 events gave so much opportunity. You know, there's no excuse. If you can't qualify after 8 events, you know, then, so there was a bit of room for movement, bit of room for injury or, personal circumstances. But now you just got your 6. The only thing is it does still go on for quite some time. So it does go from May all the way up to Hawaii. Whereas I think the original idea and concept I quite liked it being short, sharp, 4 or 5 events, is really condensed qualifying.
No Halle either this year.
Yeah, no Halle either, that's a blow.
No way.
It's one of the great waves, great competitive, great waves, full stop, but one of the great competitive stops. So missing out on Halle is a bit of a blow. For Portuguese surfing, it's great because the event in Ericeira at the end of the year, that'll be huge. You know, it's I think the second last one. Is that right, Paul?
Yeah, and then Brazil after that.
Yeah, so that's what all come down to. That's going to be such an incredible event. It'll all be on the line. So for Portugal surfing and for European surfing, it sort of adds weight to that event. But yeah, I don't mind 6. I sort of like them to be a bit more closer together. But that's just my personal view.
Let's check out Bouchgua again. A little deeper up the bank. Nice whip off the top. It's all very calm and collected in terms of the pace of this. And a couple of swings of the axe. Just got a 1 in for his earlier incomplete effort. That would be a bit more of a number. Mark's decided to stay patient, stick with Prio for now. Fair to say Mark's got a bit more experience surfing man on man.
Yeah, he's surfed a lot of heats. Had a lot of CT wildcards throughout the Quick Pro France. And now that these QS events are go man on man towards the end, so yeah, he'll be well versed in that. Just couldn't quite find that steep face, could he, Chico? That first turn was good, but then it tapered off.
Yeah, the wave just tipped it off, as you said. The first one was great. It looked really composed, and then the snap, and then just a quick grab. I think Teva is just trying to find something under priority because the heat has been really, really slow. And Mark has been just cruising there, waiting for a set, and he hasn't seen anything yet. So, but Mark, as you said, he has a lot of experience and he's not afraid of waiting. We saw him wait probably 15 minutes yesterday for his first wave, and he managed to get through the last round. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, but yeah. You can feel he has a strategy of just taking off on something relevant. So I think we can feel that Mark has a strategy of not keeping too busy, just to catch the waves that he knows he's going to score.
Yeah, Mark just needs to get through this heat, and he's basically qualified. So that's how big it is for him. He's being patient despite all that pressure. There's a small scenario where if he gets knocked out of this heat, Becret and Duru and Teva would need to win to get for him not to make the Challenger Series. So he's in a really good spot, but just it's pretty cut and dry for him. Wins the heat, wins the quarterfinal, he is on the Challenger Series. So that sort of breaks it down to the nuts and bolts of it. It's a pretty simple equation, really.
Do you reckon he knows?
Yes. I think he would have asked someone to find out. He would have went to Rob Gunning or Nico. I mean, you'd imagine so. Pretty big, even just for getting ready to. You got to start organising his life. He's got, as I just said, he's got a 1-year-old, so he'd have to pack up his bags pretty soon and go to Australia for probably a good month almost.
Good time of year to head to Oz, Ben.
Oh yeah, prime time.
April,
isn't it?
May.
April, May is a glorious time to be a surfer on the east coast of Australia. It's still warm.
The autumn.
Yeah, the autumn's kicking in, so you get the new south swells chugging up the Tasman Sea, but the water is as warm as it gets. Often April's the warmest time of the year for the water temperature, but you get some offshore breezes. So yeah, it's actually beautiful time to be in Australia. The snapper's good in Sydney. I know the waves in Manly aren't always absolutely world class, but you get some good waves even on that northern beaches of Sydney around that time of year. You can get some big nor'east swells and you still get some south swells.
Manly get the south swell as well?
It misses out in the south swell. Ideally for Manly, you'd want like one of those nor'east sort of ground swells that come in, and it's almost those cyclone swells or east coast lows they're called. Yeah, I mean, it can get absolutely perfect. I mean, there's a famous tube riding sequence from the 70s at North Stein where I think Larry Blair got like an 8-second tube in an event way back in the 70s. So yeah, it can get good.
14 minutes on the clock in this. No, not loads of action to bring you. This guy right here has got 3-1-7 and a 1. He's in the lead right now. Let's hope this one fires up. It's quarterfinals in Portugal. We'll be right back.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to live action as we see David Bouchgua tagging it and getting it wrong and just losing it there at the top of the wave. As we see Mark now in action with some speed, opens up the body, gets a little hung and can't finish his maneuver. So a couple of missteps there.
Yeah, as we said, waited half the heat or more than half the heat for that wave. Mark can get one good turn in. And Teva made a mistake as well. He just needed to finish off that wave to maybe get into a really good position. Mark, nice looking wave. That's a trademark. And then just needed to get this one up. Second turn. And then that was a nice third turn. So he actually did some damage before that last little hang up. So got the better of the exchange for sure. Pretty much classic Lacomare. Waited, used his backhand to good effect. Sort of a little bit funny through the transitions as he's trying to get that extra speed, but throws so much
That's a big hit
when he does connect. Yeah, I'm not quite sure that last one didn't work out, but still got some points on the board.
Maybe didn't even need to try and fit that last turn in. The wave was always backing off there. What happened here?
And this was Teva trying to blow the tail out, and the front foot slept off the board. So unfortunately there for Teva. But yeah, Mark Lacomare waited more than 15 minutes for his first ride. And as I said before, he made it count. So great job by Mark.
Can you settle something for me? I've got a question about judging.
Yeah.
Say you surf a wave, you do 3 really good turns. Let's say you sort of score probably a 6, and then you fall at the end. Do you then get less than a 6 because you fell off, or do you just fail to add to the points you'd already accrued, Ben?
Well, is it to be or not to be? I mean, it's one of the great philosophical questions of our age, Paul. I mean...
So technically, no, you don't, but actually, maybe you do? Is that what you're saying?
In theory, you don't lose points for falling off. You only don't fail to gain more, I would say. But I would say psychologically, in surfing, it's part of not just as surfers when they're doing it themselves. For some reason, it hurts more, and it feels like you haven't sort of done what you wanted to do, and then sometimes you think the judges feel the same. So I would say in theory it shouldn't, but in practice sometimes the group or the surfer's psychology makes lose some points.
Chico, you in accordance with that, or
well,
do you agree?
I love your question when Mark Lacomare drops a 6. And you just asked us.
It's called flow state, mate.
And you just asked
in
us.
tune.
You just asked us if you get a 6 and you fall on the last turn, if it's possible. And he did just that. So I think you got your answer.
So in that particular example, if he just kicked off after that third turn and paddled back out, what score do you think he would have got?
That's my question. Would it have been a 6.33, for example? That's exactly what I'm saying.
Wow.
No, that's the example. Yeah.
No, I think you get scored by what you've done on the wave until then.
So you already had
not
a 6?
if you leave or not, because we've seen guys doing air.
So if you made that last,
they leave the wave.
If you made that last turn, you would have got a 6.2. And that's the way that judging to the criteria should work.
That's where they used to do it in the old days, and they added up the manoeuvres.
Yeah,
that's why they wiggled
points per manoeuvre.
They wiggled a lot.
Yeah.
So every time you do a wiggle, you get another point.
So MP at Bell's in the 70s used to do like 84 different little things. Yeah. Points per manoeuvre. They changed that. I should bring it back.
Yeah, same. Can you imagine? 37 turns.
Could be
if
great.
They brought it back. Good chance for Duru Amatriain to be world champ.
He's so fast.
He gets so many manoeuvres in spots where people are just really like doing a setup. He's done 3 off the lips. We're going to see him later.
Lacomare might be in a little bit of strife on the points per manoeuvre basis.
So our contest director Hugo Pereira was mentioning about picking the best part of the tide. Let's have a look at our tide chart, see exactly what's going on. So low tide at 10:02, so still going out right now. It's 9 o'clock local time.
Yep, exactly. The tides are, yeah, I mean, there's full moon. What, full moon tonight or last night? It's pretty big.
Beautiful, the Libra moon.
Yeah, the Libra moon. But those tides are getting a little bit smaller, but it's still a pretty big swing, 2.8 metres. Yeah, but we have found, despite Chico's high tide rants, I would call them, throughout the course of the week, for this particular section of the beach, the low tide, I think, has offered more opportunity, or at least the 2 hours either side of it.
I feel like the tide chat's almost got a bit culture war-y in the studio.
Yeah, I mean, he's just stuck to his guns.
Really polarising the group.
Yeah, he's really stuck to his guns, despite...
He's doubled down.
Despite evidence, all evidence to the contrary.
Not really. We had fun waves in the ice yesterday. I don't know what you're talking about. Not coming today.
So you think the high tide's probably better, do you? You'd say?
Not on the contest side, but anywhere else in Costa is way better on high tide.
Yeah, except what we've seen all week on the low tide out the front here. Yeah, so the tide's important. That's why we've worked so hard to get down to just the quarterfinals and the semis for the next 2 days. We can pick and choose the absolute optimum. Hugo, our contest director, knows a thing or two about the local tide. So yeah,
he said it was slow. He's been right. This has been a really slow hit. We've had 3 waves ridden, so half-hour heat time. That was a good call to extend them out.
4 waves.
Not been loads of action. 4 waves, Ben. Sorry, I stand corrected. Well done. Thank you.
As we see Marco Mignot there, getting ready for the next heat.
Yep. We had a chat to him about his routine, how he does it.
Joanne?
Yeah, and Joanne. Mayhem he's been on for his whole career. Nice rounded pin. He's been so great this week on his backhand. Really confident. Really another great sort of mix up of styles there. Mignot's a bit more electric. Maybe that points per manoeuvre might suit him more, but it's got a big air game. Joanne, a bit more heavy-handed on his backhand wax. So we'll see how those two fare out. But that wave of 6, Lacomare, trying to back it up. Somehow we've only got 6 minutes left in the heat, Paul.
Yeah, it's flown by, but just in terms of use and priority, new wave selection, it's definitely Mark that's made better choices. Most of those choices would be to not go waves, and he just identified that one. He got that one particular turn, which is the point of difference. You sort of contrast that. Tiva's got runners that's had to sort of race along. He hasn't really had any time at the bottom of the wave. He's trying to squeeze his manoeuvres in. And when it's fast, but also a little bit soft, it's always going to be tricky to do big turns on your backhand.
Yeah, you sort of got to race it, but so which means you can't just square off the bottom. Yeah, and a little soft lip, so it makes it hard to position. Mark did really well to get that one big turn in on the biggest wave we've seen of the day. But yeah, it's not easy. And also, I think Chico, being so slow, it's not as if, you can't afford to make mistakes. You get punished. There's not as many opportunities. So when you take off, you kind of got to get it right every time.
Yeah, you do get punished. If Teva had landed that last turn, he would be in first right now. And with priority, so a bit of a mistake there for Teva on that last wave where he blew the tail. But let's see if we can see a flurry of action here to end the heat.
What's Mark thinking right now? Under 5 minutes to go. He's got the high score. He's got the lead.
Thinking about Snapper Rocks.
Is he thinking about Snapper already?
No, I don't think he is. I think he's, well, that's a good question, Paul, yet again. 4 minutes on the clock. He needs to back it up. His patience is his kind of default position. He likes to wait for the best waves, but I think he's probably getting himself another minute. Go, okay, I'm going to wait a minute. And then if no set arrives then right, it's just game on. He's going to scratch around and try and get anything I can get just to put, a 2, even a 1 or a 2 or 3 point right on the board will make his life easier. So yeah, he's just about to go switch from classic Lacomare patient mode into full-on let's catch anything I can mode, I would think.
And Chico, if you're Teva right now, what are you thinking? You've maybe made a couple of errors in this. You've had a couple of swings, stood up 3 times, unable to get better than a 3-1-7. Where's his head at?
I don't know. I think Teva, the best case scenario is standing up on a wave with maybe 10 seconds to go and do 2 snaps.
So then Mark can't get the next one.
Exactly. So he should save priority and really make sure the next wave he stands up. Mark doesn't go, and there's a lull of 3 minutes, and that's it.
Yeah, I like it. Those are the scenarios. Does become much more like a chess match, doesn't it? And we've got one-on-one formats.
It looks like Marco is gonna do something here, I think. He's got something. Nope, he can catch it. So 3 minutes now, and a really close heat.
But also, that little move, him making there, just trying to hustle something.
He switched. That's the switch I was talking about.
Yeah, he switched.
From Teva's point of view, he needs to score. Mark, if it stays like this, he's good. He's going to the challengers. It's Teva that actually needs to get away. He's in second place.
Yeah, I think Teva's, which he's doing, he's just got to position himself for the best. You know, he can choose any way that comes his way. He's just got
It's a 2.84.
He's got to put himself just in where a wave might come. Mark's irrelevant to him. He can choose any wave that comes on. He just has to work out where that best wave is and in what part of the bank. He needs a tiny score. So a little right-hander there on the inside could even do it. So, yeah, it's really is, as you said, it's a chess game. It's just going to come down to some margins. Probably the next dude that stands up is potentially going through to the semi-finals.
Check the heat recap. Just under 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go in our first quarter-final for the men. Teva was busy early on.
Yeah, he's had the waves to win this heat. And he's just, that one, he surfed that really well, but it was just a little bit slopey. But nice first turn, and then, yeah, Lacomare just came. This is what he does. He only had the one wave. Testament to his sort of ability and his strategy that even though with one wave only, he's still in the lead. So he's, read it well. A minute 45 to go. And then we probably saw was one other wave that Teva's where he fell off, which is kind of the clutch moment that could determine this heat. It might be a case there's no waves come through, and that's the ocean. That's what it does. Not what we want to see in terms of, quarterfinals, but it's so tight. Look at that heat score. A 6 and a 5, 6, 7, and still got a minute to go. The ocean to at least hopefully provide best man wins kind of scenario.
As I said, there's a minute left. If Teva has priority and something comes, like one wave set, Teva will have the opportunity to actually try to get that 2.84 and get a bit of a opportunity to go back into first, as we see a little line approaching.
Few lines coming our way.
Ooh, he sniffed something, isn't he? Bouchgua's headed deep up the point here. See if he can get on this thing coming through. Meanwhile, Lacomare's having a good old scratch at that. Doesn't want him on and just slips underneath. So this has got to be the shot. There is actually another wave behind. Let's see if he can get in position. First one is going to just watch from the shoulder. This thing here, 25 on the clock. He'll spin it around. He's going to catch this wave. David Bouchgua's looking for a 2.84. In the final, 15 when he stands up. Bouchgua up and swinging. Here he goes. First click off the top. Keeps the speed up. Bang. There's a nice turn with a little bit of drift.
Yes, the Secco call. He's called it exactly, hasn't he? And wow, that means that could be the 2.84, and he can just hands in heads. He's got one wave. You can see. He knows the ratings because you can see by the response and the emotion. He's still got a chance. But right now, he won't be thinking about that. He'll just be absolutely devastated that he was. He got in a half an hour. He got one wave. This is the wave that's going to potentially get Teva through. It's the second turn. It's just a low score. He needs a 2.84. That's why he's so confident. And he waited and he played it well. Secco, you called it, and then he delivered under pressure.
Yeah, he did a really good job. That's the best scenario for Teva. I think the strategy was perfect for him. He had he was able to hold his nerves really well, and this wave wasn't a really easy wave to surf on your backside. You could really easily pick the nose there with the nerves or something, and he performed. And we see Mark there smashing the water. He can't believe it. He can't believe it. So yeah, this is.
He's been through some torturous times in his competitive career. He's had some massive highs, he had some lows, waiting for the scores. This comes in, you can see by the result of 4.33. So he is through to the semi-finals. He's got a shot, potentially, but making it all the way up into the...
Just a really slow heat there. I think that there just weren't many sets that came through. Basically, sort of 3 set ways in 30 minutes. Mark got 1, got a 6. And then Teva got an inferior way, but actually it didn't matter what it came down to the mathematics. And these two will know it as well. That wasn't necessarily the case with someone out surfing someone. That was just the way that the order priority falls and when the sets come through. Bouchgua is our first semi-finalist here at the Caparica Surf Fest. Quarterfinals in the water for the men right now. We've got loads of Challenger Series scenarios as well that we'll break down throughout competition today. Join us for more live action from Portugal right after the break.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the Costa de Caparica for the quarterfinal number 2 of the Caparica Surf Fest 2023. Just had some high drama. Mark Lacomare just unfortunately coming undone with a 1 wave in that last heat quarterfinal. That could potentially put him out of the Challenger Series. I'm joined by Philippe Jervis. Every heat's got something riding on this. So it's big, isn't it, right now?
Yeah, right now, every score counts, every wave counts. You need to be on point because there's a lot of stake. There's 7 spots to the Challenger Series.
Absolutely. And Mark Lacomare, he was in the running for the also the European Qualifying Series champion, so he's not going to get that now. That comes down to this sort of heat between Marco Mignot and Joan Duru. Whoever makes it to the final of these two will potentially get the European Championship winner. And already in that little break, we've had some big numbers drop from both surfers. So we're looking here, we'll get the replays. So yeah, straight away, these two form surfers in the top 5, battling out. They're probably pretty safe in terms of their Challenger Series spot. Now it's about winning the event and becoming the European champion. And Joan Duru, well, he took off here, Philippe.
Yeah, first nice wave for Joan. A couple really strong turns. That finishing turn was really good. A 6.43 on this one, as we're going to see the replay. He's going to do a little bit of a setup carve there, just waits for the right moment and pushes that tail on the finishing turn. So really good score. But this guy, Marco Mignot, started off even better, 7.17. Nice first setup carve, straight into an air. Is he gonna do something else? Yeah, the wave just kept on providing, and another hit off the lip. You look at it, you think he's looking at the judges or at his coach? Because that setup turn and then this air really good. A lot of air time, and he managed to put one more.
Yeah, we talked about obviously live action. Here's Mignot going again. Oh, nice first turn, second one. So already, I mean, those two sort of initial waves were actually the higher than the total heat scores for the first one.
Yeah,
so suddenly this goes just, it's not the surfing, it's just sometimes the ocean just does that. You can't predict it. And Marco is already just going 7.17 for that first one. Backed it up quick, and Joanne's already got a massive number as well. So although down on the beach, we've got the winner of that last heat, first quarterfinal, Teva, through to the semi-finals. It's on the beach with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Teva. Teva, what a crazy heat. You needed to hold your nerves until the last second. Talk me through that. I think that was the most stressful hit of my life. I make so many mistakes at the beginning, but Mark makes some. He had a 6 and didn't back up, so super happy to make it. And I pray to go to semis, do it good, and final, and maybe win. We never know.
You're in contention to actually qualify for the challenges. Did you know about that?
Yeah, I know I need a good result to qualify, but I don't want to think about it because I don't want to put more pressure on myself. I just want to surf it by it, and I will see at the end of the contest where I'm in the ranking.
Strategy for the next round, semifinals, big hit for sure. Maybe push a bit more?
I don't know. You see, Mark is a super good surfer, so he had a 6. You need to adapt on every hit. You never know what the wave, the ocean is gonna bring you. So you need to adapt, and I will see. I don't know if they're gonna run the semis today, maybe tomorrow. I don't know yet. So we'll see. I will do my best.
I think for today is only quarterfinals, but you did a really good job. You hold your nerves. Keep like that. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. Thanks, Teva. Saw Joanne Duru making a mistake there as well. The most stressful heat of his life. That was the takeaway quote from that little interview. And you can see why. It was so slow. You know, and he'd already made a couple of mistakes himself. And then in the last 10 seconds, pulled it back around. So, yeah, you can see why he was pretty stressed out. But he's done enough. He's also got a good point about, you know, it's almost impossible to come up with a strategy, you know, until you're looking at the ocean. You know, it will be tomorrow. We know the semis are tomorrow. There's no use trying to think about that until you see what's right in front of you.
Yeah, it's you have to make the right calls, and you look at the ocean. And I was just coming down from the hotel, and I just saw a perfect set when I got here, and maybe that's what he was talking about mistakes, because they were out of position on the first proper set, and when you have slow hits, if you miss out on a set, that's a bad call. And we already have more waves ridden this heat than we had the last one. So, and it's only 10 minutes passed by the heat. So, yeah, as we know, the ocean is really unpredictable, and you just have to adapt. Exactly what Teva said. You have to adapt, and the surfer that adapts the most and the better, it's gonna win the heats. It takes a lot of. As I said, you have to be on point, because at this time, Teva apparently is in contention for that spot. He doesn't want to think about it too much. I understand why, but still, he's surfing really good, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see as we see Marco up and riding, he's pedaling on this one.
Yeah, live action. Mignot fanging down the line. He's going to go big here, you'd imagine. Oh, just spins it round. He's got that on lock. There's his Jason Amatriain. He loves it. There's his coach. That's my man. He'd already got his Challenger Series position booked in with a win yesterday. Now it's all about winning the event. And I tell you what, with surfing like that, it's going to be hard to beat. He's got a 717 and a 423, and this is pretty technical, Philippe.
It is. You can see straight away there he's going to go for the air. Honestly, this is the how's that climb? Nice by Marco. This drone angle will be really good. He's going to compress on and then just kick that tail forward, and really that is not an easy landing, because he flew all the way to the flats, as you can see here. But really well done by Marco. Honestly, normally in Portugal, the good air wind is to the left, and I definitely know that Marco knows that this is pretty rare in Portugal to have this southeast wind, and which makes it perfect to do airs for the right-hander. So he's going to take advantage of that.
What about that sort of transition? So he lands fins first, basically, and then that 180-degree spin on the board. Like, it seems to make that happen so quick. It just so it looks cleaner because it happens so fast. How does he do that?
The boards are designed to not go fins first.
Yeah.
If anyone at home tried to go fin first, the boards will spin around by itself. That's the thing. Even the fins are made to just be facing the normal way and not the weird way, and he comes from the air so fast that as soon as he lands, he just needs to look over his shoulder to complete the rest of the rotation. As soon as
it automatically spins around.
And that's it. Because otherwise, if he remains on the same position, there might be a possibility it turns just 180. And he wants to rotate a little bit on his shoulders just to, as soon as he lands and as soon as the fins are facing the part of the wave, it just turns around by itself. That's why the airs normally, you can see the surfers spinning so fast when they land, because the boards and the fins are made to go
do that. Yeah,
to go forward.
He sort of hucked it too, didn't he? He had a lot of elevation, so those fins were way up high when he landed there. That's what's going to get some scores. He got an 8.33, so a huge number there for Marco. You know, we just talked about how slow that first heat was, and this one's just caught fire. So a huge score. One judge going as high as 9, and he keeps going too. He's in rhythm here. This is part of why he's so dangerous, because he can just do anything on any wave. He's got that front foot a bit far forward off that air, but now he re-grabs. There's a nice carve, so he's showing all his repertoire at the moment, and now he's got.
He started off with an AK, and now he's shooting the shotgun.
Yeah, he's really taken the artillery, hasn't he?
Oh, jeez, but that was a really well surfed wave.
Bringing the big guns out, and that wave had a bit of everything.
I'm calling it the highest score of the contest so far, because
talk us through it.
Yeah, you could see he was hanging off for the first air, a full rotation in transition. He actually managed to go around the section. This is just a setup turn, and then he opens up a nice carve here, and he sees this section. He goes for that fin first reverse, and that you gotta give it to him. I know why he's happy, because everything is going his way. Imagine being Duru and look at this from behind. Nice full rotation. It's so hard. There's not too many people in the world that can actually use a full rotation as a transition maneuver.
Yeah.
And then a nice carve when he put his feet on the right spot, and he finished this one off with a nice fin first reverse. So that's gotta be one of the best waves of the contest. That's the finishing turn. It's different from the full rotation, so a little bit of a variety there, because sometimes with the air reverses you can get a bit repetitive, but he did really well. Really, really well.
Yeah, that point you made there is spot on, Philippe, about that full rotation and then transitioning into the next turn. You know, they can do airs. Guys have got those front rotations a lock, and they can easily ride out clean. But yeah, to land clean. Now, okay, he had his feet a little bit wider than he would normal, but that's you have to do that just to land. And even then, he managed to do that little turn. It wasn't one of his, but he used that turn just to reposition his feet, and then he went into the next one. So yeah, it's going to be a big number again. See if he can eclipse the 8.33. Again, the judges going up towards the 9 mark. It's going to be fairly similar, perhaps, to the one above, maybe a bit better than his last wave, but either way, he's got a massive heat total. He's going to throw away 7.17 at this stage, which is a good 1.17 points higher than the heat total from last heat. So huge numbers. Another an 8.83. So he's sitting on a huge heat total, 17.16. Joanne Duru needs a combination of scores now, and a massive combination, I might add. So he is under the pump. Mignot has just put on a show here. He's got the airs, he's got the carbs, he's got the claims. Yeah. He's got it all.
Yeah, you can see how confident he is, because he started off with that 7.17, and that just gives you that extra confidence. And yeah, these conditions just providing for Marco, and he's adapting really well. He's using that sideways wind, perfect for airs. And he's taking advantage of it and just putting himself out there and just showing everyone why he's in contention for that European title.
Yeah, he's getting closer and closer to that European title. And if he goes on to win it, what a way to do it. Only through the quarterfinals.
If he keeps on surfing like this,
yeah,
it's going to be hard to beat, honestly. Cause
he just needs. Yeah, well, if he wins this, which is looking pretty solid at the moment, yeah, it'll just be one more heat, and he's got that European title, which is huge.
Oh, he just needs to reach the final.
Yeah, it just needs to reach the final to overtake Kolubast. Joe and Drew needs to do the same as well, so these two. But obviously Joanne's got some work. He won't rule himself out. I know they're 2 big 8s, but Joanne is totally capable of posting some big numbers. He has got a good air game as well, but you'd think he'd probably go to his calves if he wants to get back in. And there's still 15 minutes left, so if the waves keep coming like they've had, but I suppose that's the other thing with Marco Philippe, like he didn't have priority for those waves. He was just he just positioned himself better on the banks, and he gave him the opportunities as well. So it's a combination of sort of ocean knowledge and then just then going for it.
It's a mixture between knowledge, obviously, and a little bit of luck, because there hasn't been that many waves just on that side of where he's sitting, and out of nowhere a couple of waves come there, and you could see Joanne sitting on the place that can actually deliver the set waves. So Marco, yeah, a little bit of positioning, a little bit of luck. Obviously, it's part of the game. As we see, Vasco, he's really hammed up. I caught up with him last night. I saw him on the mall, and he was looking fired up. I feel like there's a good energy around him. It's something that we haven't seen for a couple of years, but definitely that's something different about him.
But you used to go on a little shopping trip to the mall, did you? You too?
I went and had dinner with my parents there.
Right.
Yeah, because they need to be there, and just before coming here to Costa again.
Oh, I thought you and Vasco we had a little trip to the shopping mall. We had a bit of, pick up some new threads.
No, it's I went there. Yeah, I just went there for dinner with my parents. We do that a lot. And as you see here. Yeah.
As we see there, this is Marco Mignot on fire. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the rest of the quarterfinal number 2 right after this short break.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Okay, welcome back to Costa de Caparica. Our surfers haven't moved an inch while we were on that short commercial break. Now we see a few lines approaching. It looks like a few sets showing Duru under the pump here. Needs a combination of scores. Needs a 17 heat point total, so 2 8s basically. Big set, one of the biggest one of the day that we've seen. Duru, he's got priority. He's going to use it. Here goes Joanne. What's he got? Can he get back in this heat? First turn's good, hangs it up. And then the second turn, because that wave ran off, he tried to do a kind of wheelie and was never going to make it. So unfortunately for Joanne, that wave, although it was solid, one of the biggest waves, it just ran off. He wasn't in position. He was always struggling, wasn't he? Scratching to just get in the right spot, and that just meant it ran off too quick.
Yeah, the first turn was actually spot on, but here he knew he needed to do something big. But as soon as he hit the lip, I think he wasn't convinced with himself. Just he didn't really know what to do, because he didn't set it up to do a huge turn. He probably want to go for a reverse, or maybe even an air reverse, because we know that Joanne have them on lock as well. And unfortunately, yeah, it just kind of blew it there, and it didn't look too convinced with that section. So it's gonna be tough to recover. He needs a 17-point score.
Yeah, it changes the whole
heat.
cycle. I mean, he's so experienced. He's had 4 or 5 years in the CT and one of Europe's best ever surfers. So, but it does change the psychology of how you approach a wave. You know that you need 2 8s. It's got to affect the way you're thinking. You've got to push way harder. That can lead to more mistakes. Out to Amatriain. Really appreciate. Here goes Joanne though. He's not giving up. And just kicks out there. Yeah, this is a classic heat coming up too. Adu Amatriain versus Vasco Ribeiro. Again, real clash of styles and approaches. And what did Joanne have there?
Yeah, it feels like he's looking for the air section. Yeah, unfortunately, he knows that the wave didn't allow him to go for the air because he has some really good backside airs. He's actually pretty known for it here in France and in Europe. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting to see because the waves are kind of soft, and Vasco is a big boy, and Adur, even though he's really built, is also a short guy and a little light-footed comparing to Vasco. So it'll be pretty interesting to see how that plays out because as we can see, there's a few opportunities out there, and especially to go for those 8 points because Marcos just showed everyone that it's actually it's possible to go for the 8 points up there. So it's going to be interesting because I really want to see how Vasco will play it out with these kind of conditions. I know how strong he is, but Adur is going to have something to say as well on that heat.
Absolutely, yeah. Intergenerational. Joanne Duru again swinging, and that one just runs off, so he just goes for a lobster dive. Yeah, that next heat, Vasco Adu, just a generational change. Adu Amatriain, one of the hottest young talents coming out of Europe, one of the Basque country's best prospects for a long time, and that's coming from a place that develops a lot of talent. Okay, Marco just kicks out. Yeah, so Adu, last surfer on the CT was probably a Ritz, I would say. It's had incredible surfers come out all the time, but no one to climb that sort of next level. And Adu is probably the best place to do that. So that's going to be a fascinating mix. Vasco coming back, being one of the form surfers of the event in terms of posting massive numbers, in terms of just being in control of his heats as well. He's always looked calm and composed. So yeah, that's coming up in 7 minutes. I mean, we have seen some fireworks from Marco, but unfortunately, Philippe, that just means it's sort of taken the drama out of the heat somewhat.
Yeah,
no one has been able to get back into it.
Yeah,
look at these sets coming in though.
It feels like he solved the heat too early, and yeah, it's for the drama will be a bit harder. As we see, they got caught up right off the peak with this one of the biggest waves of the morning so far, but. Yeah, they're not on the right spot. As we see Marco looking at the high this left. Is he gonna go? He's not. He has nothing to lose. That wave looked pretty fun. I think it just needs to have fun now, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. And if the wave provides something even bigger, I think he's gonna go for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's gonna have anything he'll take off on one big maneuver. I reckon he'll be eyeing off. But yeah, he needs to improve on an 8.33, which is massive. Just feel Joanne got a good start, that 6.43, which we thought in the scope of things was really solid.
Yeah.
But as it's turned out, just courtesy of Marco going absolutely ballistic, literally with his claims as well. Yeah, Joanne's never been able to get in the heat.
Even if you look at the throwaway score by Marco, he throws away a 7.17. We haven't been seeing a lot of 7s throughout this contest, so that's gotta be hard to do, and just not be able to hold on that 7.17. It just means that he has been like next level this heat. So I know that 7.17 would give a lot of advantage in pretty much every heat on this contest. So. Very good surfing by Marco, and unfortunately Joanne is up against the ropes. It's going to be really hard to see and really hard to go around that combination. 17 points. I think there's nothing worse for a surfer than being on a 17-point combination. maybe
Well, yeah,
being on a
20
19-point, 20-point combination is even harder. As we see Marco up and riding, looking at this one, it does have him priority. Just gonna have a little fun with it. Nice fin first carve. Just that one turn, but that just shows how confident he is. You can definitely see that he has that connection with the board. He has that connection with the ocean. Unfortunately, the wave didn't allow him to do anything else, but that first turn looked really good. So Marco is looking really good. The board looks really good, and he looks really confident. This is actually pretty hard to do. Comes off the bottom, starts carving, then presses on that front foot, fins first, and yeah, there's so much stuff that can go wrong on a turn like this, and that just shows how confident he is.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Just unfortunately didn't get a few more little corners because he would have went for it. Look at this, technical, just rides it with real control. Never looked like losing that. Somehow got it back under his feet and was ready to go again, but the wave just didn't pan out. But yeah, in terms of confidence, sky high right now. Massive heat total, you know, in a quarterfinal, sort of, you know, nothing but you know, raising your own levels. And once you get that confidence, as you can see, he's not a guy that lacks confidence, I would say.
Yeah, not really.
He really backs himself, always has done. But when you start getting performances like this, I think your surfing can get elevated pretty quickly.
Yeah, Marco using that. He's looking again. He's going to keep on being pretty active because I know he wants to have fun. He wants to feel the connection.
Yeah, he's
looking
driving down the line. He's going to go big here, you'd think. Massive air. Can he make it? Oh, my God. There you go. Well, you're worried.
3-pointer.
I mean, there's your 10-point ride, isn't it? I think.
I don't know. I think that last wave was actually underscored because that first full rotation, but this one, yeah, this one was higher than any other airs that he already did.
This the biggest air we've seen at this event.
Yeah,
a massive long shot. It was clean. He had so much speed. I'll be very surprised. Well, let's see what the judges go. Talk us through it, Philippe.
Yeah, you can see he was looking at it, just getting a lot of speed, compressing off the bottom, grabs that rail, that huge rotation, lands on the lip, and he's asking the judges, what do you want more, a 3-pointer? That was really, really good air. As we see, just tying that section, going all the way through the end, just going up, and with the rotation, grabbing the rail, so a lot of technique on that air. It's going to be pretty interesting to see. We already have the scores. You want to say it, Ben?
Oh, a 9.83. Two judges went for 10s, like I said. A 9.5, a 9.7, a 9.8. So giving a 9.83. Just give the man a 10. What do you need to do? I mean, come on. But incredible surfing. Just when you thought he couldn't improve his heat total, which is talking about how confident he was.
Yeah, that's
about how it was just leading to more. So we've got it, Joanna, down on the beach where they are. Someone's watching the fireworks over there. All yours, Joanna.
Hey guys, Jason, you are the loudest man here on the beach right now. Tell me all the emotion.
I just got a lot of passion for my boys, and yeah, I mean, I have to make noise. There's nobody making noise for him besides me, and yeah, he just almost got a 10-point ride, and yeah, let's go. Huh? Sorry.
What kind of work have you been putting in with Marco? Because he seems really connected.
Yeah, we've been working all year long, and the goal was to get on the Challenger Series, and I'm proud to say that he did that, and now the goal is to win this and try to be number one in the rankings.
Because that's still a possibility.
Still, I think so. I'm not so thing with the points, but I think it's possible. But either way, the win would be good for his confidence to go to Australia and be ready to go.
Well, I can't say good luck because it's almost over and looks like it's going your way. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. Good work, Joanna. And Jason, yeah, what a legend. Coach at Marco Mignot, and yeah, he's so proud. I think that was the main takeout, just how proud he was. Oh, Joanne, though, showing what he can do. He's under the pump, obviously, but he's still one of the best surfers we've seen.
That's got to be
But
frustrating.
when you got an 18.66 combination, well, you said, is there anything worse than 17-point combination?
An 18.66, it's worse. Yeah, definitely. He's already calling it quits, and he's coming. Yeah, you can totally understand. There's not too many opportunities out there, and it's going to be really hard to beat those numbers. Yeah, you could just see how happy Jason Aparicio was, because that means that they are working really hard, and it feels like it's a reward for all the hard work, and finally making Marco just showing this real surfing to everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we understand at this stage is that if he gets to the final, he's won that European qualifying series win, so he's got one more hit to go, but either way, he's put it down a massive marker. Some of the best surfing, some of the best airs, some of the best claims, all in a package, and he's absolutely smashed it out of the park. And yeah, if he wasn't favourite before that quarterfinal, he sure is now. You can see Joanne, not much he could have done, didn't surf to his potential, but when guys are sort of racking up those type of massive numbers, there's very little you can do. And great surfing from Mexican-based Frenchman, and he is stoked. Looking forward to hearing what he's got to say afterwards. He always articulates his feelings pretty well. He's going to come in 18.66, highest heat total of the event so far, and not a bad time to do it. Right now, though, as he comes in to make his way for the interview, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Beautiful scenes there from across Almada, Costa de Caparica. That's where we're at for quarterfinals in the Caparica Surf Fest. And we'll check out Vasco Ribeiro, one of the outstanding surfers of this event so far, taking on Duru Amatriain. There's also ripped. You'd probably say, Vasco, the performance at the event up until that last heat, Philippe? Because
Yeah.
Marco Mignot, that was on another level.
Yeah, 18.66 of total score. It just was on another level. He threw away at 8. He threw away at 7.17. So a lot of good surfing by Marco. But we also had first wave of Adur. Nice first lip line speed turn, and then a bit more strength on that one. A little conservative on the finishing turn, but nice to put a score on the board and start off this rhythm, because sometimes it gets a little slow out there. As we see here, yeah, a bit of a speed turn. This one a little stronger, just pushing that back foot. And here a little conservative. Yeah, he wanted to make sure he finished that one off, and it's a 4.17. As you see here, he didn't push it as hard as we used to see Adur doing it.
Yeah, he's going to need to go, you would think, a bit harder than that, because I'd say Vasco is going to absolutely smash the lip here. That's one thing we know. He's one of the biggest sort of spray throwers around, and you know his turns are going to have a massive visual impact.
Yeah, that's true.
So Duru is going to need to go big.
Yeah, good job.
There's the man that blew up the last tee, Marco. Yeah, unbelievable performance from him. And thinking about finals day, or quarterfinals day rather. Finals day will be tomorrow, but final event of the season, a chance for the European title, all that sort of stuff, and that can play heavily. You can be forgiven really for surfing a little bit safe. Not at all. Marco Mignot just basically free surfing in the heat.
Yeah, I think he took a lot of the advantage of the conditions. That is that perfect little wind for airs, and there's a few opportunities and few sections that are made for those huge airs, and it just, yeah, I think it's gonna be hard to beat if the conditions remain like this.
Let's go and hear from him.
Yeah, boys, good morning. Marco, where did all that energy come from?
I mean, like I said before, you know, like the pressure is off, all the weight is out, so this is the real me, you know? I'm not surprised that I'm surfing like this. This is a normal day for me. But a lot of people doubted me that I couldn't beat Joan Duru. He's such a monster, and I got all the respect for him. But I believe I can beat the champs too, you know? So to the people who doubted me, there you go. It's all respect, but a lot of people told me I couldn't beat him, and I beat him.
Were the airs in the game plan for this heat?
Yeah, of course. I saw that the wind was in my favor today, so I said, you know what? I have to go big against Joan Duru, because his backhand is one of the best in the world, so I had to go big. I couldn't hold back, and actually in my first wave, I thought it didn't count for a minute, because I kind of went like when the buzzer beater. And no, yeah, I was able to start really well, so that gave me confidence for the rest of the heat. But he got a 6, so I was like, oh, it's still on. Game on, yeah.
Well, 2 judges gave you a 10. Do you think you deserved the full 10?
I mean, look, I think...
You were claiming it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I claim all my waves pretty much, besides the first one. But, I mean, I believe that these type of airs and don't happen often in Europe. They should be rewarding it a bit more, you know? I think once in a while giving it a 10 helps the young generation to say, you know what, I want to do airs too. So yeah.
Now, are you ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm just feeling the momentum, and I'm just feeling really good.
Well, keep it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Interesting interview.
Who was that, Marco?
Yeah, that's a really interesting interview, honestly. Probably someone told him today or yesterday. Probably, wow. Yeah. Because it feels like
maybe it's comments.
You reckon?
Honesty.
I don't know, because it feels like he had some resentment there. Like he really wanted to prove people wrong there. So probably someone say it to his face. It's gonna be interesting.
Wherever you can draw your fire from, you know, it's all gonna help.
If that fires you up, sometimes people go down, but people like Marco, they don't doubt themselves. They just go over themselves.
Yeah, the thing is that with that sort of performance and those scores, he's not really beating Joan. He's not really competing against the other surfer. It's just the scoreboard, essentially. It doesn't matter who you're against, what kind of surfer they are. If you put up 8s and 9s in a heat, I mean,
you can beat pretty much anyone.
Yeah, exactly. So really just a question of surfing for the judges and against the scoreboard, essentially. And well, if you get excellent numbers like that, you're going to be really hard to beat. So far on the scoreboard, and this just that smallish number for Duru, the 417. Interesting to see he got the first wave. I would have thought Vasco would be keen to get on that first one. How does that play out fully beginning of a heat?
I think Vasco will be looking for the good ones. I think he's going to be picky. It's a bit of a risky move, but we know that the judges will throw out the scores on the good ones, because we just saw Duru just surfing really well a smaller wave and getting 4 points. And Vasco doesn't want to surf for the 4 points. He wants to surf for those 7s and 8s and 9s. So I think he's gonna play with this priority. He told us yesterday on the interview that with the man-on-man game, it's a bit different, because you can wait a little longer, be a bit more picky on those waves, and I think that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah. The other point, the other side to that is it's slower out there. There are a lot longer lulls. We've seen this swell that we've had all week. The sets have been really consistent in 25-minute heats. Sometimes we had 5 sets. You know, sometimes even more than that. It feels like this morning in half an hour, 2 or maybe 3 solid sets feels kind of like it. In which case, you might not even have priority twice and have a set coming in that half an hour. So really interesting to see how surfers maybe adapt to.
Yeah, because actually on the first heat of the morning, we had 2 sets. The first one, they were off position, and the second one, Mark got that 6 points, and then Teva got a few waves as well, and then it just went slow. Last heat, we had a couple of opportunities. I think Joan was looking for the good ones as well. He still had the opportunities to surf really good. Unfortunately, the wave just, I think he was off rhythm the whole time, but yeah, it's going to be interesting, because it's a risky move, as I said, but it's 30-minute heat. And looks like there's a few lines out there. Vasco is eyeing this one up, and it looks like it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, Ribeiro with priority. Purposeful paddle out to sea. He's going to spin around and go here to paddle back in towards the peak. And he's up and going. Vasco Ribeiro, his first wave of the quarterfinals. Open and turn. A setup slash bang. There's a nice, vicious couple of stabs into the lip. And looking for a finish down on the inside or just swing up. They're already, wow, that's a really nice turn. You just contrast that overall in terms of speed to Duru's wave, which is a slower wave, but just the amount of venom really in the turns. He's so incisive with his assaults on the lip.
Yeah, he just reads the wave really well. He just waves off the bottom, pushes the first carve. He has to speed that one up and hits it strong on the lip, straight into another big turn, and then just wrap around, waits for that finishing turn. Just one more snap, just waiting for the wave to wall up again and to hit it strong here. So very strong start by Vasco. The waiting play paid off so far. So we're gonna see. I think at the same time, I can see Vasco going a bit more powerful and a bit stronger on those turns than this, but it was pretty smart by him, and because he doesn't have nothing on board, and he wants to make sure he has a really good first wave. It's a 6.33.
Really good score for him. And noticeable as well. I think about where they were in the lineup. He paddled out to get this wave, so a bigger wave breaking on further out on the sandbar, a bit like Mark Lacomare's 6-point ride. It's much further outside. So Vasco identifying exactly where he wants to be, but pretty relentless as well in terms of he couldn't have done much more on this.
Yeah, not really. Yeah, and this honestly, this replay, this is his mom's Fia. She's always been a supporter. They go every contest. And yeah, this replay actually gave me a different insight. He was actually surfing with a lot more power than I thought he was, but still 6.33. He's gonna be smart right now. He's gonna probably look to back it up. Vasco always does this. He's ruthless on this kind of conditions and this kind of decisions, because he already has the best wave of the heat so far, and he's gonna run away from Duru and get one of those insiders and put it back up straight away.
Interesting point that. Let's see where he goes. He looks like rather than go straight back towards the peak, he's seeing if there's something wider on the end of the bank. You see the spread between those two, so looking to go on the inside, maybe get something smaller that slips through, that either doesn't hit the bank up the top or just isn't enough of interest to tempt Duru to use in priority. And Vasco will try and put extra pressure at the moment. He's got a couple of points in terms of the opening exchange.
Yeah, because the thing about surfers like Vasco is they can turn a medium, an average wave into a high score. And that's always dangerous, especially when he's this slow. He's going to put a backup score and just put that pressure on Adur, and just makes you wonder on the outside. Did you make the wrong move? Why is he catching a lot of waves? Why aren't you? And as we see, another little inside approaching. Vasco is having an eye at it. Not really. Maybe the next one. As we see, Adur is definitely not going to get this one, and Vasco looks pretty interested on this.
Just prowling, isn't he, on the inside? Try and scope up an opportunity. Had a little look at that one. It was a soft. You see the little wobble even just go across the face from our drone view. He's not going to wait for the perfect wave to come in. Just something to stand up, put more points on the board. Just add that scoreboard pressure to the much younger Adur Amatriain, who he is younger and relatively inexperienced. I tell you what, he loves this competition, does Adur. Absolutely thrives on it. And he also feels like one of those surfers that comes into his own in the later stages of competition. His Justin Becret getting ready.
Yeah, Justin will up against Mignot and Braye, two of the most informed surfers of this contest so far. So I think every surfer who is on the quarterfinals, they have been the informed surfers throughout this contest, because you need to make sure you're on the man-on-man round. So it's a lot of matchups, a lot of points on stake. Marco Mignot actually can go for the European title with that final, so it's going to be interesting to see. He's going to go up against Teva. Yeah, he's going to go up against Teva Bouchgua, so it's going to be a really strong and interesting hit, and also the other semi-final will be really strong as well, because all the 8 surfers are really good.
They're born Amatriain there. Adur's dad here in a coaching role. Looks quite nervous, actually, as we saw that shot of him. It must be difficult being on the beach with, obviously, your surfers that you're coaching, but particularly if it's your kids out on the water. It's not much you can really do at this stage other than just watch it all unfold. And we've seen different energy from our various support crews on the beach. Some people look like they're sort of feeling every turn, sort of wincing at every mistake and elated, and then others just, a bit more cool and dialed back. But quarter-final stage is where the pressure really starts to ramp up, and you can really set yourself up for something special at this stage. You've got to get out of these quarters and look to come back to finals day tomorrow. That's what this guy wants to do. 14 on the clock, we've had half the heat, and he's played it pretty cool so far. He let Adur go the first wave because he thought didn't have a lot on it. Used priority, got a 6.33. So far, so good for Vasco.
Yeah, let's see. Adur looks like he's interested on this one, but I feel like he's a little bit too deep. He might go just to pull the plug on Vasco. As we see, Adur is not going. Vasco is going on a nice-looking wave. Let's see how he backs this one up.
First big hit from him, just a quick one, and then bang, just opens up, throws those arms, and again, bang, real nice speed down the line. And he's going to have another score on the board. It will count for him. It'll be a little bit more pressure on Amatriain, who is a little deep possibly on that one.
That hurts so much as a surfer. You have the priority. You know the wave has a lot of potential, and you look at it and you're just off the spot. You're not on the right spot, and you just see your opponent just up and riding and just destroying. As we see here, a little setup turn on this floater. He waits for the wave to wall up, and then he's going to push really strong on that carve. Hits it strong straight away, and then hits this one a little bit late, but really good surfing by Vasco. And that combination, it just feels like the board just doesn't stop at any moment now. You can see just this carve from the carve on one line, just waiting, hits it straight away, wait again, and hits it straight away again. So combination of turns, judges love when you surf on just that one line from the beginning to the end. So a lot of supporters, all the French kids applauding. That's really interesting. We saw Teva just clapping. I know Vasco has a strong relationship with the Moroccan people. He spends a lot of time there. And he's really good friends with Teva's dad and with Ramsey. And so he has that relationship with Morocco. Maybe that's why he's clapping.
Yeah, I also think it's down to the surfing as well. I just think everyone always likes power surfing with speed.
Yeah, obviously.
And if you're a surfer yourself, you just can't help but appreciate what he's doing out there. There's our judging criteria from the World Surf League rule book of these elements. Which ones do you think particularly play to Vasco's strengths?
Combination of major maneuvers, speed, power, and flow. That's exactly what he has. Maybe the only step back on his on the criteria might be the innovation and progression, but we already saw Vasco doing some huge airs as well. So, and also commitment and degree of difficulty. I think he clicks every box in there. Honestly, maybe the one he clicks a little less might be the innovation and progression, because I think that requirement talks about those airs and those fin throwers and everything. I know that Vasco has them, but normally he doesn't use them as much on competition, just only if he needs to. But that speed, power, and flow and variety of the combination of major maneuvers, I think that's the main thing about Vasco. He always surfs with speed, he always surfs with power, he always surfs with flow. It ticks pretty much every box as we see Duru paddling for this one.
Amatriain having a good paddle. Here he goes. He needs something here. A little crumble from it. Was that from Vasco's paddle? And was that? It looked like he just kicked out on that. I wonder if he's trying to make a point there. Interesting, that. So
that was risky, man. That was so risky by Vasco. He didn't need that wave for anything. The wave that didn't look that good, and he just let that little crumble. But I think the judges look at it, he could have gone for a turn there instead of just in and out. And so Vasco got a little bit of an advantage there because now he has the priority.
Duru unable to add much with that wave. And after that opening from him, he's had nothing really. He's been out of position for a wave that Vasco turned into a 5.27. And then he uses priority, surrenders it really meekly there because he's unable to add anything. Well, he got a 0.5. So really not what he wants in the context of the heat. Now, with priority, we're seeing Vasco make a move, heading towards the top of the peak.
Yeah, he's going to wait for one of those bigger ones again. He already has his highest scores, and he's looking at this one. Is he going to go? No, he's not. He's going to let Duru go. As we see Duru up and riding. The wave didn't provide him with anything that special, but yeah, Vasco, he had a bit of a cold-blooded there because he had the priority and let Duru go on this wave. This is the money turn. Oof, that's so sharp, so spicy. Unfortunately, the wave didn't provide him anything else, but yeah, Vasco was it was pretty clever there because that wave didn't look like he was going to improve on his 5.27 as Duru only did a 4 points. So he's going to wait. We know there's bigger waves. He knows there's bigger waves as well. So he's going to wait and see if a bigger wave comes so he can improve on his situation. You only need 2 waves to get over your heat. And that's exactly what Vasco has. He doesn't surf. He doesn't need to surf any longer.
8 minutes on the clock in this. Vasco Ribeiro going well. Let's go hear from Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Nick, so you've been working with Vasco for some time now with his boards. What kind of magic are you putting in those boards? Because he looks really good out there.
Yeah, I think it's just, it's all about Vasco, because his boards, we've been doing, we've been working a long time together, and his boards, we're always trying to get better and better, but I think the athlete himself makes a difference at a certain point.
And how does Vasco fit here in Caparica?
I think he's had an amazing run at this contest. And he's done really well here. He surfs here quite a lot, I think, so he feels at home and he surfs, He knows the place.
Absolutely. Well, fingers crossed.
Oh, yeah. We'll be there. Final. We're on it.
All right, thanks. So having your shaper in your corner as well as part of your support crew. Nick Uricho providing amazing boards at Cementi for the likes of Vasco Ribeiro. Some of the very best from around this part of the world. Vasco's gear looks real good right now. His turns have been sharp all events. That's part of the equation. It's also crucially picking the waves, and he's done that too. He's had pretty much a faultless read on this lineup in the first 24 minutes or so. He's been exactly where he's needed to be. Beginning of the heat, he let one go, didn't have loads on it. He was in position when the bomb came, slightly outside. He went down to the inside and got a score from underneath priority. I mean, he's just controlling this thing.
Yeah, he's a really smart competitor. Obviously, he has a lot of experience, and you could see straight away what he was about to do as we see a nice little wave approaching. He's looking at it. Duru is also looking at it. He has a priority. He decides to go. Let's see if he improves since 5.27.
Vasco Ribeiro on a glassy looking face, a little soft on the opener, and he gets some speed up and pushes down the line with that speed and tries to blow the tail out and just whip it around on a smaller section. I think that was basically a maneuver he selected because he knew he hadn't really scored much thus far on that wave, just trying to push it a little extra. Why not?
Yeah, exactly. The wave was kind of soft as we see Adur's going on this wave.
Bang! Oof, good opening turn. Really nice combo there from Amatriain. Touch sticky maybe on the third maneuver, then he quickly whips out because he wants to get priority. So let's see if this is significant here. 5.5 on the clock, his best surfing for sure that we've seen so far. Let's see where his score goes. That's the crew from Spain and the Basque Country there watching on, and he's going to try and get priority. That's why he kicked out so quickly.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you one thing. I know I'm a good paddler, but Vasco is an
got some long arms, doesn't he,
yeah,
Vasco?
And he has a lot of strength. We used to have some paddle battles back in the day, and it was pretty interesting because he got the priority. Adur was smart, but Vasco, if he starts paddling as a real person, like he's gonna be, yeah. David is actually telling me just to be closer. Close your gap. With Adur, you have the priority, you maintain the priority. He's going to have a pretty nice score on that last wave and might jeopardize it and might load that requirement of Adur's with 4 minutes. That might not be set again, so he needs to stay pretty close to Adur and make sure he gets the... Yeah, what do you think? Adur got the best one of this exchange. That first turn was insane. And then a little small carve, and then this one again. The wave just kind of died on him. But that first turn was really good. And Vasco's wave, it looked like it was going to be a good one. Unfortunately, just went kind of soft. You can see from this drone angle, just doesn't have that steep wall. He was kind of off timing, and he forced this little air reverse in the end just to try and spice it up a little, but that was not the best wave of this exchange, that's for sure. It's just a 1.87. But yeah, he's still in control because he still has the priority with 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, score will come through at some stage for Amatriain and give him a new requirement. He might get close to Vasco's low score, which means he'll need something approaching the 6.33. Comes in as a 5.5. He needs a 6.11. 3 minutes, just over 3.5 remaining in this. But as you mentioned, crucially, Vasco with priority, and that's been fairly crucial. What we've seen this morning with surfers with requirements, priority in the final few minutes to control things. Let's see what Amatriain can do. He's brought the requirement down 6.11. He's capable of that, but it's going to be tough with Vasco breathing down your neck.
Yeah, one thing is sure. Adur needs a bigger wave. He's not going to get that 6 points on a smaller wave, so that's a bit of an advantage for Vasco because Adur needs a big wave and Vasco has the priority, and with less than 3 minutes, there might not be any bigger waves coming again. So. Yeah, Vasco, even though he got the worst wave of that exchange, he still managed to get a priority, so he's still a little bit in control of that.
Yeah, it just goes to show how valuable the 6 was as well that he got early on. If you're sort of stuck in the 5s, you can always be within reach, but even with not getting the best of the last exchange, it's still a sizey requirement from under priority for Amatriain. Let's check the story of this one. Vasco doing great work early on.
Yeah, Vasco started off really strong with this one, a combination of really big turns like this one, and the speed, yeah, that criteria, the speed, power, and flow, you can see it ticks all the boxes on this wave. It just goes and finishes this one off with a strong snap, and just starting off the heat as he wanted, and he got this wave on the inside, right straight far away from Adur's, and a combination of nice carving out the back straight into a nice snap, and finish this one off a little late, but very good surfing by Vasco. And this guy, I think this might be the 5.5. This first turn, probably one of the biggest turns of this heat so far. So unfortunately, the wave just that didn't allow him to keep on going with turns like that. Then that's why that score remained on the 5.5. But he's right there in the mix, and they are really close, and they're paddling, so they might be seeing something, Paul.
Amatriain got himself back in the heat with that. That's 6.11, the requirements. The bad news is that guy in red, Vasco's got priority over him. He's about 40 centimeters from Ardur's rail, and there's just over a minute to go. Vasco will look to exert that physical pressure and proximity throughout the final minute here. Beautiful watercolor from above as we see. Looks absolutely delightful
so
out there.
close.
Vasco.
That can be a little intimidating as being as the other surfer that needs the requirement. It can get in your head to be that close.
In terms of priority, he doesn't need to sit that
Not
close
really,
in order
yeah.
to take the right waves.
Yeah, but it's the mind games.
He can control
yeah.
the sets by being, you know, a couple of meters on the inside, but he's like, you know what? I'm the boss here, I think. This is Portugal, and I'm going to just let you know.
I'm not going to give you an inch as we see a proper wave coming out the back. Vasco might have to pull the plug on this one. He's probably going to go because there's not any other line out the back, and he's going to use his priority on this one, and it looked like it's going to be a good one as we see Vasco up and riding.
Yeah, look at the speed from him. First massive hit, and again, bang, really nice. Look how glassy that face is. He just tears into it. Absolutely ripping. Vasco Ribeiro's through to the semi-finals. Really good chance he'll improve with that. And got that wave right at the end. Just saw it out, basically. Amatriain was always in with a shot. That wave for sure had a 6-1-1 on
definitely.
it. And Vasco using that priority and getting it done. And he loves it as well. You can see how much it means to him. Not really in that conversation for the challengers. Doesn't have loads of results on the board prior to this, but just as a one event shot, he looks absolutely lethal.
That was a really well-surfed wave. I'm calling it his best wave of this heat. He controlled it. He controlled it really well. He maintained his 8 points. That was pretty fast by the judges. Every single judge throw out an 8.0. So Vasco just dominating. He's gonna be happy. You can see, as you said, you can see how much it meant to him because that fiery claim just. He knew that was an important one, and he controlled that heat pretty much from the beginning, and a bit of a fair play there. Nice little hug between all the both surfers, so it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, a little extra kick of confidence as if he needed it as well to come into the semi-finals. Got an excellent number in the last 10 seconds of his heat. That's a really enjoyable quarter-final. We got one more from the men before we head into women's quarter-finals. We'll be checking out Mignot Braye taking on Justin Becret. Before we do that, we're going to get a quick commercial break. It's quarterfinals in Portugal. There's still plenty of waves out there. Join us for more live action right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest quarterfinals from the men out in the water right now. Still plenty of good waves out there. Bright sunshine, light winds as well. Glassy sea surface and some massive performances And that last heat, Vasco Ribeiro getting it done, Chico, which the crowd will enjoy. Also, big performances already this morning from a man joining us in the studio, Teva Bouchgua. How you doing?
Yeah, nice to be here with you guys. Super cool to be here during the heat of Justin, my best friend. So it will be nice.
We'll get into him in a minute, but just reflecting on your heat with Mark Lacomare, real tough one in terms of waves, not loads coming through, and right at the very end you moved right up deep and snaffled that wave. That must have felt pretty good.
Yeah, I think that was the most stressful heat I've done in my career, for sure. I've made so many mistakes at the beginning. Mark got the 6 and the middle, and the ocean came flat for like, I think, almost 15 minutes. And I knew I had the priority, and I had to only have a 2.9, I think, so super low score. And I had the chance at the last 10 seconds, I got the 4 points.
And overall this week in Caparica, this event's been running for maybe 5 years now. It's the best conditions we've ever had for this event. We've had amazing swell, first of all. The winds have been good. You must have been enjoying yourself this week.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's this week of competition, it was the best we had all this year. We had some pretty tough condition in Morocco. In Azores, that was too big. We don't even run the contest. So yeah, super happy to be here.
Becret opens up with a big hit, quick combo for Justin. And he's got a hard heat on his hands against Mignot. He's been surfing really well throughout this event. Let's get an interesting match-up before we get into scores for the opening wave of Becret. Let's go and hear from Vasco Ribeiro. He's standing by for a chat with Joanna Garnell.
That is right. And Vasco, you look like a shark on a mission. You did not let Adur out of your sight there on the last on the last part of the heat, but it got you that 8-point ride. Was that something you were expecting?
It was really hard. Adur is one of my favorite surfers in Europe. I really like the way he surfs, especially in these small waves. So I knew I had to sit always next to him, and once I had the priority, the best wave that came through had to be mine. So that's what happened. I kind of struggled a little bit to find the good waves in the beginning, but then I got a 6 and a 5, which put me on a comfort position. And then I just had to control and wait for this last one.
And now for the man-on-man heats, things are a little different. Got to change up the strategy. And one of your competitors up in the semifinals is in the water right now. What do you have to say about both of them?
Well, good luck to them. It's nice, and I hope they put on a good show. And I don't really care.
What are you going to give us?
I don't really care which one. They're both really good surfers. They're good friends of mine, and they've been ripping. So, you know, either one of them, I'm going to have to put my best, and that's all I want to do.
Well, we can't wait to see that. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Vasco Ribeiro will be back ready as anything for finals day tomorrow. Chico, I don't think you'll have been surprised at all to see how well he's surfed throughout this event, Vasco. He's been absolutely blazing from his very first heat, from his first wave in his first heat.
Yeah, he's looking happy. He's looking like a man on a mission. I think, as Teva said, I think this is the first event we actually see good waves on the...
Oh, that helps when you get good waves, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think the surfers that normally have the best technique and best approach when there's waves, they tend to have bigger scores. I think many surfers tend to lose it when the conditions are really bad. And that's, as I normally say, you lose to the ocean, you don't lose because you don't surf well. And to take that kind of loss into your mind and actually be able to perform under pressure and build up confidence, it's hard. So sometimes it's just a question of having the good waves, and you will perform better. So I think it's an amazing contest to have with waves, because I think they deserve to really put on a show and win or lose with waves.
Thinking about this matchup here, TV, you mentioned Justin, one of your good mates. Also, Mignot, we know what he can do. Just tell us a little bit about their surfing, these two, what their strengths are and what they're going to be trying to do out here.
I think they are both super powerful. So, I don't know. I think the guy who will take the best way will win. So, let's hope Justin will win, because it's my best friend. I'm staying with him and we train together. So, I'm for Justin.
And he's made a little bit of a move up in terms of qualification. I believe he was 12th coming into this event on the European QS ratings. the spot's going to go down to 9, right? So the cut's at 7 with 2 wild cards. At the moment, he's up there. I want to stay alive and go into semis, as we'll just revisit that as we pick up live action here. Becret with a ton of speed. He's going to punt here. Nicely done. Gets it tail high, gets the rotation landed, and then back on the front foot for a couple of clips on a foamy section, which he'll do just to finish things off with a nice bit of punctuation. I think he'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, amazing air. A nose peak reverse there. He was able to really move his feet back into the right position and keep going on the wave, which is something the judges will appreciate. But I think most of the score will come from this turn. What do you think, Teva?
Yeah, super nice air. Like huge amplitude on the first move. Take some risk, first man of the wave. So maybe the judge will see that and gonna put a good score. I think will be a major score of this heat.
Yeah, I love the way he actually landed there and was able to maintain speed out of an air reverse. So yeah, judges will hit that 717 for Justin Becret. So a nice wave to have under priority, right, Paul?
Yeah, absolutely. A big score. That wave, you know, had some nice sort of speed going across it, but not loads of power in it. So unable really to tee off on the lip. So what he could do was just go really fast, find a ramp. Perfect execution really from him to get that done and still squeeze out a couple more turns as well. And a 717 is a really healthy number. So the solid lead already. Mignot hasn't been tempted. Just having a little look on a wide one. We saw Vasco do that to great effect, get scores, and then look down the end of the wave. Mignot's point of view doesn't look particularly interested in much that's come through. He's been patient so far. At what stage do you start to think it's not about being patient, just about putting something on the board? At the moment, it needs a combo?
Well, I don't know. Teva waited for the last 10 seconds. So I think it comes down to how patient you can handle, you can be, and how you can handle pressure, because there's guys that don't handle that well, and they just get a random wave and they make a mistake. And there's guys that are really cold-blooded, and they just sit there and they wait, and they go like, I don't care if anything breaks, and I feel it's bad, I'm not going. So I think Mignot is on that kind of like posture. You can tell by his body language that he's like, okay, I'm not standing up if there's not a set coming. So I think you can tell by the looks of it that he's going to try to really put an excellent number on the score line. And Justin, he's got nothing to lose. He's got second priority. If anything breaks near them and Mignot doesn't want to go, he's going to perform.
Teva, this one last event of the season, obviously before that cut for the challengers. Do you guys, are you looking at the points and the sort of the scenarios after your heats, or are you really just thinking about the next heat, the next wave, and obviously trying to go all the way in the competition?
Yeah, for sure. The qualification for the challenger is in back of my hand for a long time, but I just want to do it by it. I don't want to put more pressure on myself. For now, it's working, so I'm gonna stay like this, and I will see at the end of the event where I am in the ranking.
If you win your next 2 heats, you'll be the event champion. You'll put yourself probably in a good position. That's the best outcome. That seems like a good goal to have.
Yeah, for sure.
Just win 2 more heats. Here goes Becret, and again a big punt, and again nails it. And look at the fire he's got. You can see it there, his body language, even just the little vocals afterwards. He's aggressive, he's on the front foot, and he's surfing really sharp. Another good number coming his way, and thus far, Chico, it's one-way traffic.
Yeah, you can tell he's having fun. He's under priority, just going on anything and trying airs. That's the most, that's the fun part. He's having fun. And this air was a bit different than the other one. The other one was more like a nose peak reverse. This one was he had the grab, but looked really good. And I think he's going to be a big score too. Not as high, but more radical. I think he inverted a bit more the board. And this one, he was able to throw a snap there. So
what
a
did he say?
617.
What did he say when he was kicking out? I love it. Here we go, live action. Mignot Braye, he's been patient. He's got a bit of speed down the line and some nice flow. It's smooth. then it's much, much better from him, obviously. That'll be a wave that counts his opening ride in this, nearly 17.5 remaining. So we've had 12 or so minutes of action before he's tempted into a wave. Let's get another look.
Yeah, quick snap there. Gets in there quick. This was a speed turn down the line, and here he gets a bit more vertical. He throws the fins there too, so a great comeback wave for Mimana, 3-turn combo. I don't think he's going to go huge, but I think he's going to put something on the board that is going to help his cause. But yeah, judges felt the same as I did, and 617 for Justin. I felt the first one was a bit more radical, the way he landed, the speed he had, everything was a bit more radical, and this one 617. So now he's got priority, which is something great, with the 13.34 total. And yeah, as we see Mimana here.
Live action, big rotation on the backhand, almost over-rotates it. So, going on the inside with the progressive maneuvers, we like to see that. But he's got himself back in the heat with his prior wave. Let's have a look, see what happens.
Yeah, we know Mimana can go to the air too. Wow, he almost had it. And unfortunately for him, he didn't make it. We know Mimana can go into the air too. He's really good. Especially on his front side. I know he's got some corrupt flips. I think last year he had a huge one here, and he's really good on. I think I've seen some Supermans too from Mimana, and he's really good on the air. So you will probably think, well, if Justin is posting 7s and 6s with airs, I might need to match that with an air, and that's what he tried there. As we see Justin asking what's the situation, and we see a bit of a lull now as the tide keeps going low, right?
Yeah, tide's still on its way out. What are we? It's pretty much low tide at the moment, actually. So it'll start to flood in and give us a little bit of the incoming for the women's quarterfinals that are coming up. Batavia, you mentioned to your good mate Justin, you guys been hanging together over here. What else have you been doing? Just free surfing out in the contest bank? Been having fun, enjoying yourselves? It's a real kind of beach town feels here. Everything's kind of centered around the beach, and it's quite a cool place to be at an event when, obviously, when you're not surfing, a bit of downtime. How have you been enjoying yourselves?
Yeah, with Justin, we came 1 week earlier from the contest, so we can train. My dad, Justin asked my dad if he can coach him too during this contest. So we trained a lot the last week. We had some fun waves and just having fun. I think Caparica have so many different waves. Like the coastline is super long. You can have some really fun peaks with no one out. So yeah, happy to be here. Good condition this week. So it's super good.
Live action, here goes Mimana Braye on a left-hander. And he'll try and do this while he doesn't have priority. Just trying to manufacture a score on an in-between wave, essentially, by throwing out a big air. He throws that one away, but as you mentioned, Chico, he's got all sorts of those moves. In any kind of section, he'll be looking to do that. And I think in terms of the surfer-on-surfer action, the man-on-man heats, that feels like kind of the go if you've got that in between when you don't have priority. Try and boost.
Yeah, I think it's a good strategy. You've got second priority if you have a good section. Waves aren't huge, which is something that helps a bit on the landing. It gets a bit easier to land airs when it's not huge. Last few days have been a lot bigger, so out the back would be a lot harder to land an air. But today the wind is really good for the rides because it's a bit of a kind of like glassy but south kind of wind, so the board handles well. The feet handles well on the board, and you can land really easy.
You mentioned there your dad, as he's been coaching Justin. What kind of things has he been saying? What's sort of the strategy? What kind of things is he trying to put in his mind coming into a heat like this?
I think the same as me. Just take some wave. Don't wait too much time because there is not a lot of series. So try to take the best one, and when you have the priority, try to stay on the zone of the other one to make pressure on him and do your best. I think now you in the quarterfinal, you just surf, have fun, and try to go to the semis and after to the final. So it's not like in the previous round. You just having fun now and let all the pressure out and surf like you surf in free surf.
And obviously, if you got to this stage of competition, you've sort of proven you've been one of the best surfers in town all week as well. So that extra confidence from making so many rounds as well and getting good scores. Go out and enjoy yourself. Seems like a great strategy. 12 minutes, just over that left on the clock in this. It is Justin Becret at the moment with the best of it. 13.34 his total. Mimana, he's got the 5.57 locked in, so his requirement 7.77. It's a pretty hefty number. We see a set here. Becret's had priority for a little while. Not interested in this one. Mimana will take it on the backhand. Here he goes. Nice, powerful stab on a first turn. Gets a second one and then quickly gets the head up to look for another section, which isn't quite there. Let's see where that goes compared to his 5.57. It's a good opening hit. Not much on offer after that.
Well, a smaller wave too, I think his technique was impeccable. The way he transitioned from the first turn to the second one. And was a quick wave. So on your backside, it's really hard to transition really quick on a short space. But he did really well here on this one. Bang off the top, and then he transitioned well, torques the arms up, and he made sure he puts the board vertical. So the judges give him a bit of a higher score here, because he was quite late on this one, but he managed well to not pick the nose. Yeah, I think I don't think it's going to be a huge score too, but I don't know if he will improve on that 5.57. The 5.57 was a bit. He had 3 turns. The wave was a bit bigger, so I think it's going to come in on the 4 range. As we see Mimana here having a look, but he's Justin. Justin said, I'm going, and I think he's going to go to the air again.
Becret with a ton of speed and loads of drift, a massive air, stomps it. He covered loads of ground. That was a really sweet ramp just setting up for him. Dave, are you surprised to see this kind of approach from him, or is this what you expected?
No, absolutely not. Yesterday night we talked about it, like we talked during dinner. Justin said Justin is really good in the air. He does some really bigger front side, back side. And during this contest, he didn't done any airs, only turns. We know today is going to be small, and I think he wanted to do airs, and that's what he make in this hit.
He's delivering so far. Let's see where the judges go with this one. He's already got a 7.17 and a 6.17. That one, Chico, you like to get technical with these. He covered loads of ground. He had that drifting kind of feel to it through the air. It was a real clean landing as well. What do you think of it?
8.83. I think I tried. Oh, I think it's 8.67.
Wow, okay, so it comes in, he gets an 8.67 into the excellent range. And he's building a solid platform in this heat. Just over 9 minutes to go. It's going to be real tough for Mimana from here. There's the spread from the panel. 3 said 9, 2 said 8. Average comes in as the 8.67. That's going to feel great from him. So using that priority to great effect, improving its score, and really turning the screw. And Mimana's in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, if I was Mimana now, I'd just try to go for a huge full rotation on the backside. Just get a big wave and try to do a huge air too. Maybe not try to match what Justin is doing on the turns, because I think one thing that you mostly see on cities and prime events is that guys, they always try to match other scores with the same type of surfing. So many times they see, or they can see a wave, or mostly like a couple of turns of the other surfer's wave, and they can really, okay, he had 2 calves and a big turn at the end, and he got an 8, so I've got to kind of perform in that same zone to get that score. And if Justin is throwing huge airs and getting 7s and 8s, that's a signal to Mimana to really approach the next wave with a bit more aggressive. How do you say aggressive?
Aggression?
Aggression, thank you. I was going to say in French, agressivité.
Okay, like it.
Yeah, I like it too, but it was the only kind of word that was popping up into my mind. But yeah, Mimana in a really hard spot with 7 minutes to go, looking at the ocean. He needs to go huge, seriously. So we see that the waves are a bit smaller than yesterday today, but a lot better for the airs, and we have seen a couple today, so it's always great. We have a mix of turns during the whole event. We had it all: big waves, carves, snaps, laybacks, rail turns, barrels. We saw barrels too the first day. And
Sassy with the big backhand barrel, the Israeli surfer.
Yeah,
they've been one of the stories as well through the early rounds. There are heaps of strong performances from them. Right now we're watching two surfers representing France out in the water. It's the one in blue, Becret, with the best of it. Just thinking about those scenarios. Mignot is still in with a shot. Needs to win this event in order to get himself up into the challenges. And at the moment, well, he's just really thinking about getting out of a quarter-final. And he's up against it here because he's on the wrong side of a pretty hefty combination. He needs 2 numbers. So he's going to need a couple of 8s, essentially, in order to get past Justin Becret, who's looked, since the get-go in this, looked confident and aggressive and fired up with his own surfing. He got a 4 early on, and from then he never really looked back. He saw a couple of ramps. He's thrown down airs on 3 of his waves. They've all been makes. And he's looking really, really good, that 8.67. He knew as soon as he stomped that, it was going to be a big number. The judges agreed, thought it was excellent. 6 on the clock. What do you do in this situation when you're Mignot and you're wrong side of a combo? There's not a lot you can do, really. You just need to know you've got to show your best surfing.
Yeah, as Teva said, you're in the quarterfinals. It's man-on-man. You've done a lot to be in this position right now. And I think it's just to really perform. Like it's a free surf. There's only one guy out, and it feels great when you actually pass the 4-man heats and you're able to surf with only one guy out. So it feels amazing. And I have a question for Teva. Do you love when you do a man-on-man heat, or you're fine with 4-man heats, or you just feel the 4-man heats feel a lot harder than the man-on-man heat?
I feel it's totally different because the mindset you go into 4-man, it's you know there is 2 people who are gonna make it, and in the man-on-man only 1. So you really need to be like on the best of you can do on every waves. You don't have to make any mistake. So for me, it's kind of more difficult to do man-on-man, but at the same times, there is only 1 guy to beat and not 3. So kind of the same actually, but both of them is super difficult. When you have some tough guy in the heat or surfing really good, just need to do your best and hope you're gonna make it.
Let's check the recap in this one. It's our 4th quarter-final for the men, and it's been this guy who's been looking real good since the beginning.
Yeah, he started off strong with this huge air. It looks a lot better now, and he managed to have a snap and kind of a snap to end again. So he had a huge air and 2 quick snaps there. This was the Mignot trying to come back on this heat, not picking the best waves. A lot of white water on this one. He did the best he could, and he gets a 5.57, but the wave was really hard. And this was the money turn of this heat. Huge air. You can see the look, him torquing the body to really turn the board around and get that full rotation done. He always does that with that technique of looking over the shoulder, which is something really technical on the air, and you can tell when he does that he really wants to go for the full rotation. So Justin there with no regrets and making sure he posts 2 excellent numbers. As we see, the beach is packed again, and today is Friday, so we've seen the whole week the beach was packed. First spring week of spring we had.
Public holiday today, right? Portugal?
Yep.
Am I right? Feels like it's a public holiday every day.
Not for us.
Huh?
Not for us.
I don't know, mate. I'm enjoying myself. It doesn't feel like work.
Same.
Like work to you?
I just knew it. Nah, not at all.
Teva, how's it been in the studio?
Yeah, that's the first time for me here.
Yeah.
So kind of happy to be here with you guys. Like
great.
Always behind my phone watching and hearing you talking about the heat and the strategy and all the surf guys. So
it's been great having you in, mate. Quickly, what do you got lined up the rest of the day? Obviously coming back for semis tomorrow. You got Marco in your semi?
Yeah, I think. I haven't checked actually. Like Vasco said, now you just go all in and surf. No matter I don't care who is with me. All the guys are in semi surf really well, so just do your best and hope
and
to
perform.
make don't fall and make the final.
Glad you didn't meet the other commentator. It's called Ben. He's going to be here in a short period of time. He's like a dad to me, but yeah, probably on the next event you will have the pleasure to meet Ben.
Yeah, maybe.
He was out for this heat. You had the pleasure to meet Paul. Paul is.
We've had the pleasure of watching Justin Becret put on a really dominant performance out there, and you can see me and Mana just frustration really. He's annoyed, and he hasn't really done much wrong. He's not made mistakes, just hasn't really had opportunity. Hasn't had enough chance to surf and show what he can do, and he's got priority here. So he might have one last shot at least at breaking the combination at the very least. It's unlikely to get 2.8s with just over a minute on the clock. Let's see if he takes this wave here. He'll just feel better just to be surfing. Here he goes. He's winding up the speed here. We know what he wants to do. He'll go to the air.
Nice.
He'll get it done. And he stomps that. So he'll get himself a number. See if he can get himself out of the combo. I'm not sure he's going to have enough time to find another wave, but even if he did technically have time, he'll also have Becret all over him, who now has priority, so he'll just come down and cover. But frustration there from me, Mana.
Yeah, let's watch it from this angle. I like the intent. The mindset changed, and he was ready for it. I like the air. Yeah, he didn't got much after it, but so really quick rotation, not as high as Justin's first one, but yeah, the wave wasn't really good either. The section was really small, so I don't think he's gonna come in to factor. I just like the intent from me, Mane, and the aggression. He's a really good competitor, and I like the way he's trying hard to come back.
Yeah.
And that's a 4.5.
Yeah, it's not a big number, so he'll just bring this one in here. Justin Becret is through to the semi-finals. Well, he'll face Vasco Ribeiro. That's going to be a heavyweight clash of powerful surfers for semi-finals. It's not going to happen today. That's going to be tomorrow, finals day, Saturday, in the Caparica Surf Fest. Mignot Braye, who surfed outstanding, really, all events. It just wasn't his heat. Didn't really have the mojo with the waves it came through. And look at this, guys, absolutely elated. Justin Becret, a solid performance. He got the points, but he also put on a demonstration of his small wave weaponry. Those big airs done with speed and power. Tava, he's your good buddy. You're going to go and have a word with him and congratulate him. But look, it's been great having you in. Thanks for joining us in the studio, and good luck for the semis tomorrow, mate.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Good luck,
Thanks
Tava.
you for having me, and I will try my best to make a show tomorrow.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Looking forward to finals day when it does come up tomorrow. But before that, we've got loads more surfing to bring you from this afternoon, because the women are getting ready for their quarterfinals. And we've got some of the outstanding talents from across Europe taken to the water for our women's quarterfinals. That's all coming at you live right after a quick break. We'll be right back from Caparica real soon.
right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica. We've booted out Paul Evans. He's gone for a quick bit of makeup, quick bit of a refresh. He was looking a little bit, sort of the pressure of the situation was getting to him. Ben Mundy's back in the option. There is the current scenarios. We just had Teva in, and he's against Marco Mignot. That's a massive matchup. Vasco Ribeiro versus Justin Becret. So 4 of the best, informed surfers, funnily enough, through to the semi-finals. And still plenty of qualifying series points up for grabs. European Championships to be won, Challenger Series spots to be locked in, but straight away we move on into the women quarterfinals. Chico Alves, Mafalda Lopes, it's been impressive. But Naya, young French slash, she's been ripping as well. How do you see it going?
Well, I think today is a bit smaller. We saw on the 8 before me, Mana on his backside having a bit of trouble. So I think, I don't know, but I just feel these conditions tend to help a bit more surfers that are on the front side. I'm not saying you cannot perform on your backside, of course, but I just feel that a bit smaller, a bit faster, tends to get a bit harder to really apply pressure on your backside. So let's see what Mafalda Lopes can do against that.
Yeah, well, speaking of putting on some big moves under pressure, Justin Becret is down there on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Justin is a bit annoyed right now because he has to come to media training classes. How was it?
It was great. Everything went according to plan, huh? I don't know what to say. I didn't fall. It was good. Board stuck to my feet. A couple airs.
When you saw Maya go to the air, did you get? How did you feel seeing him? Because he was trying some of your moves as well.
Yes. Of course, Mima is a great surfer. It's always scary to surf against him, but yeah, I made my errors. I'm happy. I was focusing on myself more. I didn't really watch his waves. Maybe the one with 3 turns I watched. It's pretty good. And then now I was focusing on my surfing.
And tomorrow you're going to go against Vasco Ribeiro. What do you have to say to him?
Bring it on, huh?
Well, good luck tomorrow and congratulations.
Thank you.
Becret, I like how Becret, in the water, he's like chest pumping, chest thumping, screaming, claiming. Gets on land, cool as a cucumber. As you see, Naya Mutal, just one little turn in the pocket. And she just can't quite get any more than that. So we've got the women, no real big qualification sort of ranking issues in the quarterfinals. That's all been played out. It's just pure going for glory in the Caparica sunshine. And she just got hung up there. What sort of, did you like that turn, or what do you reckon, Chico?
Yeah, she winds up off the bottom and she gets up there. She stayed a bit caught on the lip because of the offshore wind. And this was her first one. So big snap there to start this wave off. She was trying to get speed down the line to really have another one, but the wave just flattens out. As we see Mafalda Lopes live action.
Yeah, live action. So already a bit more vertical, a bit more power. Yes. Oh, 2 big turns. She's just been doing 2 turns the whole event and been smashing it. So
great
nice
wave.
surfing from Mafalda. Right in the pocket, real difference from her opponent. Loads of spray and a clean wave. So.
Yeah, Mafalda was saying yesterday on the beach interview that she's here to win.
Yeah, well, so she bloody well should be. She's not here for a haircut, is she?
You are. As you see Mafalda Lopes, huge turn. I love this one. Blows the tail there, and another one. So 7-point ride for Mafalda Lopes, the local hero, Mafalda Lopes. She's really loved here in Costa. She's been around for a long time now, and she has done good things for Costa over the last couple of years. So she's making everyone proud. So great wave for Mafalda Lopes. I'm happy for her. And
Yeah,
at the start of this heat, I said it's going to be harder on her backside, and she proved me wrong.
Yeah,
And
well, it's one of her strengths, isn't it? One of her strengths in the surfing. It's just really, that's what part of her strongest sort of strengths in her surfing. And yeah, she showed it just then. Really, really impressive. And post a big number off the bat, which is what you want to do. Still got 22 minutes with which to improve on that. So good work there from Mafalda. And she's struggling to get through. She's been caught by these inside. Still got a bit of push. Pretty much dead. Well, just gone past low tide now. So I reckon next few hours, next hour, just on the push is probably about optimum. Waves up and down the coast. Just went and had a little quick surf. Had checked out the Frederico Moraes. Just got a little Grom series, a Mayo, sponsored by Mayo Grom series up there, and all the best Groms are up there. Got the next beach up. You can see the buzz about that. So you can sort of, it's great to see. There's Vaselko just psyched. She looks pretty steely, pretty determined for her next heat. But yeah, seeing the classic kind of, qualifying series going on here, and then the next generation, just the next beach up. I actually paddled out next to the rocks, and I got a few 11-year-olds tell me in no uncertain terms where to go. But
what did you do?
I got out of the area. I was never going to surf in the Frederico Moraes Mayo Grom Series event, was I? I'm too old. I mean, I'm aware of that.
I think you're under 14.
So I paddled out the thing, but then I got out of the way. But on the way down, rightly so, a few of the Grom...
You got it.
I got a little snooky left off the end. A few of the Groms are like, come on, mate, get out of the area. We're the future. You're the past. Beat it.
You're not the past. You're the present.
Anyway, I had a good look at some of the Groms there ripping up there, and Fred's there. So it's great to have one of the icons of Portuguese surf and give them back to the next generation. Also the support of Mayo, as ever, making it happen. So it's great to see, as we see Milhouse. Whoa, bit late to the party, but gets it up and over. Just the problem with Naya, she's just only getting those one-turn waves in at the moment, and that's not really going to help unless you go for massive air or something. So she's got to just work on a wave selection a little bit.
As we saw Mafalda Lopes' coach, Frederico Souza, there on the screen. He looked a bit serious. Normally he's really loud, and now he was really serious and really focused.
Yeah.
And I think he's been doing a really good job with a couple of surfers in Portugal, especially with Mafalda, as we see Teresa there.
Yeah, so Teresa going for a historic 3-peat, so 3 in a row at the Caparica event. Pretty sure no one's done that before. And again, thumbs up. Yeah, she gets ready, applies the sunscreen. There's plenty of sun out there. I haven't seen this cloud since I flew in about a week ago. So it's pretty focused,
I don't know about
relaxed.
you, but I just feel really when I use sunscreen, I get really like slippery
hands
on the rails. And
right.
before I eat to do that, you need to be.
She'd have a little towel. She's so organised. She'd have a little towel that she wipes with the towel. Wipes off the rail. Out the back though, Mafalda. What she got here again might be a one-turn this one as well, but that's the difference, is that Mafalda can just kick out the tail, kick out the fins a bit, and add a bit of buzz to her turns that Nahia hasn't been able to do so far. Let's have a look here. So I think Blue had priority. And so she's just taken off on that just so she can. So down the end section, but again, that wave's not giving her any type of opportunity. She might have actually just sacrificed priority, but this one, Chico, just a bit more power, a bit more dynamic. That's why she's got a lead, right?
Yeah, nice snap there, blowing the tail. Just a one-turn maneuver, but I think it's going to be a good backup for Mafalda. And she's in a good position in this heat. I think with that 7 on the first one, and now she's going to post something around the 3-4 range, I think. I don't know, I'm not a judge, but just felt like it. And yeah, that turn, I thought the way she drifted the fins there on the lip. And yeah, it's going to come up a little higher. because yeah, it was really technical.
And 5.4, so yeah, just smart as well, because she just backs up that score, and suddenly Naya is in a real position, needing an 8-point ride. So she needs to get back out there, just sort of focus on getting waves that allow a bit of scoring opportunity. She's just had a few waves, 4 waves now. They've all been pretty average, except for 1-4-3-3. So she's just got to a little bit, just find some open face. So kick over Secco, the world junior champion. Getting last bit of advice there before she paddles out. Student of the sport, really competitive, really focused, just improving so fast, aren't they? Those young women, 18 to 20, 21. There's still so much improvement in their surfing. Kind of like every 3 months, you're seeing another step up, aren't you, Secco? When they're that young and that good.
Yeah, every year you see them improving so much. Looks like a whole different surfer, and that's the beauty of surfing. You see kids with 12, you see them kind of like starting, and you go like, oh, he's got some talent, and in 3 years' time he's doing the cubes, and you're like, wow. I remember this kid like a couple of years ago, like learning how to surf, and now he's so technical and so powerful already. So as we see, a really good wave for Mafalda. Wow, nice approach there. 2 big turns. I saw that claim. That was a claim, right? That jump behind the wave was a claim. But 2 turns, and they were lovely, Ben. So I think she will improve by a lot on that 5.4.
Do you think so? I'm not sure about this first turn. Let's have a look. So she comes around the corner.
I loved it. It was a really good snap, and then bang again.
In the pocket.
Really aggressive.
Yeah, she's just getting those waves with 2 nice sections.
Bang.
And going for it.
And now winds up again and douche.
So.
Oh, we said so at the same time.
Yeah. Well, and not for the first time. I'm incorrect. And Secco is right. At 6.17. So again, just extending her lead. Naya now needing an 8.84, so huge numbers for the French surfer. She's been slightly schooled at the moment. Still plenty of time left, but at the moment she just can't find a way into this heat. That is a massive heat coming up, isn't it? Teresa Bonvalot and Francisca Vaselco, kind of 2 best Portuguese talents right now, coming up against each other. Know each other's surfing really, really well. Know each other personally and know what each other are capable of. Teresa looks pretty happy with her lot, going for a 3rd one, and just whoever gets through this potentially might be favourite. And she's looking good, looking relaxed. Had a bit of CT exposure this year, which can't help but make you surf better. So that's a massive heat coming up. The Portuguese women really pushing it in Europe-wide, aren't they, Secco? They're just leading the way in many respects. And you'd be very surprised if there isn't a local hope doesn't take that one there. They've got Mafalda looking good in this one. You've got, well, 2 Portuguese surfers in the next heat, so one of them's going to definitely go through it. You've obviously got Yolanda Hopkins, the European champion, on the other side of the draw. So, yeah, stacked with Portuguese talent. And, yeah, the future looks bright.
It looks like we're going to have a bright day today.
Who were the sort of led the charge in terms of Portuguese female surfers of your generation? Or, you know, who were these girls, Teresa, for example, or who were they sort of looked up to in terms of, you know, female Portuguese surfers? Is there anyone that we should mention? That Okay, I'll take that.
I don't know. We have.
I mean, it just shows where there hasn't been a great history of, you know, there's a lot of good Portuguese women surfers.
We had Joana Andrade, we had Teresa Braz, the Rock Sisters.
Yep.
Joana Andrade, I've said it already, but yeah, Vera Costa.
Yep.
When I was younger, she was like quite a reference. Francisca Santos as well. We had Karina Duarte. She's kind of from my generation. Ana Sarmiento, she was a really good surfer too.
Yep.
I think they kind of like are from my generation, but the one before mine was better. Patricia Lopes.
Yep.
She was a national champion for like 6 or 7 times.
Cool.
And she keeps surfing. She rips still. So there's a lot of names. I hope I'm not missing anyone
Yeah,
out.
no, it's interesting to hear. I mean, obviously they're all great surfers and probably just didn't get quite the opportunities that these young ladies get in terms of training, coaching, all that type of thing. So
yeah, exactly.
It's awesome that now that, you know, with just women surfing participation increasing every day.
It's just that I'm not really good with names.
Yeah.
I know everyone, but I'm not good with names at all. Like if I see the person, I know who it is, but I'm not good with names.
Yeah.
And that can happen. So I hope I don't miss anyone from that generation.
Yeah. Well.
And from this generation, I know them all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so do I. Yeah, well, they're a bit more front and centre. They're just getting more exposure, which is great. Surfers like Bonvalot, Lopes, absolutely ripping. The only problem with her domination this heat, it takes away a little bit of the excitement in terms of the narrative. She's just been a bit too good at this stage. She's a lot more experienced than Naya. Naya's got a bright future, just sort of coming out, you know, initially in these QS events, and we'll get better at surfing and also competitive-wise. And a quarter-final result here has been probably one of her best ones. So she's had a great week. Just in this particular heat, hasn't found a rhythm. And Mafalda absolutely has.
As we see a bit of a lull now in the ocean. Low tide now, fully low tide now, which is supposedly the best time of the day. But we spoke about that, Ben, and the high tide has been the best part of the day.
Nah, not for me. I've been surfing low tide, and I've been having better surfs at low tide. But you know, it depends on the banks. That's the beauty of this place. You go up and down the coast. There's a tide. Every tide's got a bank. There's a tide's there. So low was at 10 o'clock, almost on the dot. 0.4 metres coefficient. High coming up to 4:15. We'll be well done by then. We only just got the last 4 quarterfinals, so we've got just on, what's that, 3 lots, an hour and a half to go. So we'll be finishing up sort of 2 hours or 2.5 hours before the next high, which is about perfect. As we see, surfer in blue, can she get a section? She's waiting for it, and she can't. So unfortunately, for Naya, just not making any type of connection. So the brains trust looking a little bit deflated. The wave selection's been pretty poor. You know, if you're going to beat an opponent of the credit, you know, the caliber of Mafalda, you've got to get the right waves. So Shika, that's the first thing you got to do, and she hasn't been able to do that yet.
Yeah, you need to get the good ones and then perform, or on the waves. And yeah, Naya having a bit of trouble finding the same type of wave that Mafalda Lopes found. So a bit of a hard hit for Naya, as we see Mafalda on a bomb again.
Yeah, she just pulls out there. Looked like she was going to get, or maybe looked at the left and then went right, and not able to yeah, get around that section. So still a bit of a lull, 8 minutes on the clock. We just had those 2 good waves of Mafalda, and then it's been a bit slow. That happens. First head of the day was relatively slow, and then we saw some fireworks after that. I think once Bonvalot and Secco get out there, a bit more quality, a bit more heat, a bit more competitive sort of fire, I think we might see some a different ball game. See the banks there. That's a great shot. Waves up and down the coast. Had a good little surf last night. It was a little secret spot, Chico's secret spot. High tide break.
It's going to look amazing today.
Yeah, we're going to be eyeing that off. Should we tell everyone where it is?
Let's do it, to see if they want to join us on a surf.
Yeah, no, there's waves up and down this stretch. And no, winds have been backed off. A little bit smaller tomorrow, but still super contestable. So it's going to be an incredible finals day on Easter Saturday. Today's a public holiday here in Portugal, so it's all going on. Huge amounts of people flocking to the beaches. I was walking back from the surf, had a few fans come up to me. It's a pretty rare occurrence for me. I know you get a lot of fans from your YouTube channel and being a professional surfer and being like your main job is Gabriel Medina's best friend. But it was good, nice for me to get just the odd little recognition, just like good work on the mic.
I know.
No worries, thank you. Nice to be here. Thanks for having me, I said. It's been a pleasure. And yeah, that always warms the cockles of my heart. Mate, I mean, I don't do it for that. I don't do it for the adulation. I do it for the great surfing. So let's see if we've got any great surfing here. No, yeah, just waiting for another section. It's a bit wobbly, a bit fat. Finally gets some speed. First turn, finally gets another one. So there's 2 turns in. She hasn't been able to get any combination yet. So that's her best wave, potentially. It's a small wave, but she's got 4 turns in. Got that sort of trademark kind of swoop slash where she puts her both arms up. And looks like she's back in the game. Needed an 8.84. I don't think it's going to be that. But Secco, at least she's found a bit of room to express herself.
Yeah, she found the rhythm on this wave. First snap there, winds up again. Quick snap there again. The wave was just too small then. It was really small, this wave. I think she did a really, she really worked hard on this wave, but the wave wasn't there for her. So with priority, I don't think that was the best choice of wave. Anyways, I think she will improve a bit on her scoreline, and she gets a 4.17. So she needs an 8.84 now, and I think she needs a bigger wave to do that score. So Naya might be thinking to herself, well, I need to attack it more and get a better wave, like probably like this one.
Yeah, Mafalda sticking to what she knows best, clean waves, backhand style. Oh, there's another sharp turn. Only 2. They've just got a bit more venom than her opponents, and a lot more spray, definitely. So looking pretty good here. Comes around the corner. There we go, a little turn. It's a bit flat through here, and then just finishes it off. Not sure if that's going to improve a 6.17, but good surfing nonetheless.
Yeah, big first snap there, and winds up again and gets there again. I don't think she will improve her situation. This wave didn't felt better than that 6.17 she had, so yeah.
And how was the party last night, mate? What was a bit of music going on where you went? We left you. We had a nice little dinner, but then you went just down to see a few friends.
I went to bed.
Did you?
Yeah, Raul went home and I went to bed. Just really tired of waking up every day at 6.
Yeah, been big days, long days.
Big long days of good talks and good surfing, but a bit tired at the end of the day. And yeah, just try to really have a rest and prepare for this day again.
Exactement.
But we had good dinner.
We did. And, lovely dinner on the beach. Beautiful sunset last night.
It was
absolutely glorious.
Glorious sunset. I actually took a photo.
It's warm. We had a walk on the promenade. We were hand in hand at one stage, wasn't it? It's pretty romantic.
Yeah.
Sun setting into the ocean. A beautiful golden hue. Still waves sort of marching in from the Atlantic. And it was pretty special stuff on this pretty special part of the world. And it was awesome. That was last night. It's going to be the same again tonight. You can just tell that another beautiful afternoon of waves and weather coming our way. So good times ahead. Not so much good times there for Naya Milhout. She's just had a couple of waves. Got a 4.17 for her last wave, so at least got up there, but she needs a massive 8.84, and Mafalda just doesn't look like showing any signs of weakness, and to be honest, Naya doesn't look like showing any real signs that she can crack that high, excellent range. Meanwhile, Mafalda starts to go left. She might go big here if she can. Gets her feet in the right position, goes for the air. Just kicks the fins out. She's got that in her. She doesn't mind popping some airs. Unfortunately, that one just timing a little bit wrong. Good shout, though. Seen a lot of big numbers for aerials dropped today, but I think that win in the right-handers are probably a bit better for it.
Well, I think there she got a bit stuck. She couldn't really get the speed she needed to do that turn, but Mafalda's got a really good technique for the air, especially on her front side. I've seen a couple of really big ones, so we know Mafalda Lopes can throw some big airs on the left. As we see a bit of a non-shot breeze, so Hugo Pinheiro knowing what he does with the call.
Yeah, Hugo Pinheiro knows to within a vector, within the minute, what the wind's going to do. Slight change, bit of breeze coming in to make life just a little bit more tricky. I mean, it's not super strong, but it's there, and no doubt will increase as the day goes on. So yeah, we're rinsing this just before the tide gets too high, the wind gets too strong. And the first quarterfinal, well, it's all been about one surfer, hasn't it, Secco?
Yeah, Mafalda Lopes started off strong with this wave, puts a 7 on the board, and backs it up with a 617. So Naya here trying to reply with this layback jam off the top. Looked great, 433 here on this occasion, but couldn't really find the same type of waves that Mafalda had. And this turn, money turn, bangs off the top, blows the tail to the back of the wave, handles it well, and makes it. So a great hit by Mafalda. 1 minute to go, and Mafalda here was able to do the 617. This was the 617, sorry. Yeah, that carving there and the whip off the top. So Mafalda Lopes, in a matter of 6-7 minutes, she had a good, healthy score. So Mafalda Lopes well and truly in the lead right now.
Yeah, she's absolutely smashed it, and it's good to see. Naya, she keeps fighting. Just comes around the, you know, probably her best wave there. A bit more radical, a bit more intent. That's what she needs to do, but sort of nowhere near the power that Mafalda has shown on the backhand, not the spray. A bit of a hang time there, a bit of fin in the lip, but not aggressive enough to warrant those huge numbers she needs. So that's going to be the end of Nadi's run. She had a good, you know, did well in a lot of her heats, had a few buzzer beaters. Never has given up, fought really hard. But unfortunately, that's the end of her run. Mafalda Lopes looking strong, solid heat totals. And 4 seconds to go. She's just going to wrap it up. This is a victory lap. Just comes in. Knows she's got the heat well and truly sewn up. And just waits to come in. This wave is not going to count in her scores. Great surfing. Official results there on the bottom of your screen. And now we're going to wait for the fireworks. Teresa Bonvalot, Francisco Baselco, Portuguese CT royalty in Teresa Bonvalot. We've got the world junior champ, Kika Baselco, trying to take down her crown, trying to stop her getting her historic three-peat. So, folks, don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back to the second semi-final of the Caparica Surf Fest 2023 right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to Caparica. We are into the quarterfinal number 2 of the women's division of the Caparica Surf Fest 2023. And it's an absolute belter of a matchup. Two of Portuguese's finest young surfers settling in their scores out in the great waves of Caparica. I'm joined in the booth by Philippe Jervis, and I'll tell you what, this is the matchup we've been waiting for.
Oh yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see the different approach and different styles. One thing is for sure, we're going to have a Portuguese surfer on the final. As we see the first wave of Kika, she has been putting those big turns on the outside, and the judges absolutely love them. And she actually got a little bit of reform in here, a couple nice carves. Kika has such a nice style. She's really powerful and really strong surfer. So it's going to be interesting to see different approaches. They're very different surfers, but after we watched Mafalda on the last heat, one thing is certain, we're going to have a Portuguese surfer in the final, and I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, Mafalda is through to the semis. She'll be joined by one of these two surfers, so it's an all-Portuguese semi-final, which, as Philippe Jervis has said, makes it an all illicit. You've got at least one Portuguese surfer,
exactly.
And I wouldn't be surprised if there's two. The other side of the draw has Hopkins, one of the favourites, current European champion, so that's she'll go into it strong. But right now, that wave was a 5.33 for Secco's first wave. Mainly the strength from that first turn. That's right, yesterday afternoon she did one massive turn for a 9.7 I think. So massive number dropping there on the last head of the day yesterday. She's been in form all event, but as is Teresa, had one little wobble earlier on in the event when hold that thought as here she goes on a backhand. Bit of a slower pace wave, but there she goes, kicks it up high, and just makes a mistake. Something you see all too often from Teresa, known for competitive smarts. And as we said, she's won here the last 2 years in a row. Going for a historic three-peat. Out the back though, she's left the door open for Secco, but she couldn't get around that corner. You could see those waves peeling down the line. Yeah, Teresa had one little issue with when she locked it. Couldn't find her car keys, and all the surfboards were in the car just before a heat. She managed to have a wetsuit though, so she borrowed a board and yeah, got through that. So that was the only little wobble she's had, and even that was.
It was
shows the signs of her mental strength, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, because it's a weird situation to deal with, as we see with a board right now, and looks really good, an epoxy board. Unfortunately, she gets a little hang up on that one and ended up falling on the finishing turn, but she started off pretty well this turn. This first snap off the top, waiting for the wave to stand up, and here she took a little while to put that to transfer the weight to the front foot, as we see here. She pressed on the back foot, but she waited a little bit too long to put some weight on that front foot, and eventually got stuck and went down on that one. But yeah, it just showed she has the mind for it, and she has the surfing as well, because she ended up doing a couple really big scores with a borrowed board. So it's pretty interesting. As we're gonna go.
Yeah, we've got someone up down on the beach. I don't think it might be Chico Alves down interviewing the winner of the last heat, Mafalda Lopes.
So, não estou a ouvi-los.
I think we're waiting on Chico.
Já está?
Just getting
Já estou na entrevista? Estou mesmo? Hi boys, so I have with me Mafalda Lopes. Mafalda Lopes, last heat winner. You started off strong with 7 points, and then you were able to back it up really quick. Quite a comfortable win for you. Did you felt a lot of pressure, or were you okay after the first 5 minutes?
In the beginning, I was a little nervous because the waves looked like they were really small and there wasn't many waves coming, but then I got that wave. I couldn't hear the score, so I didn't know it was a 7, but it felt good. And then, yeah, I heard I got like a 6 or something, and I felt comfortable like in the lead, so I just had to manage my energy and catch some waves, and yeah.
With the waves a bit small, did you felt a bit more difficulty on your backside today, or was it okay?
I prefer to go backside when it's small. I think it's easier like to do the bottom and the turn. So yeah, it felt good.
Were you thinking about going into the airs halfway through the heat?
A little, I can't lie, but it's so small. Like I tried one for the left, but the wave was too small and I didn't have many speed, so.
We're going to wait for the air in the next round. Good luck and congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Okay, thanks, Secco. And yeah, Mafalda looked pretty relaxed. Actually, both of them looked pretty relaxed, and rightfully so. Surfed really well. Just have a chilled afternoon, and then psych up for finals day tomorrow. 2 minutes. Surfers sitting pretty close together. Francisca does have that priority next to a name, so in a bit of a box seat here. 8 minutes to go, and Teresa not able to get any type of real big scores on it. She can turn it around quick, but it's sort of like a bit of a new ball game, isn't it, today? Obviously, Philippe, to surfer heats and a dropping a swell, so it's got to. You're going to have to, you know, recalibrate.
Yeah, you have to stay focused and make sure you make the right calls, because there's not too many opportunities. As we see a nice line coming from the outside on that one, and Kika will be looking. It looks like it has a little bit of a corner. It looks like one of them might go on this one. I think they're off position. Teresa is up and riding. Is she? Oh.
Yeah, Teresa couldn't scratch into that one. That wave, just a bigger wave, but just rifling a bit wider. So,
but I think on the conditions like this, you have to really be on point. Good board, good mindset, make the right calls, read the lineup, be on the right spot. There's so many different factors that make you get through a heat that sometimes you can get lost in all those factors and get your mind a little bit confused. But if you do everything right, you're gonna make it through, that's for sure. As we see a bit of a battle by Kika. Is she gonna make it?
Yep, she's taken off. So it comes round. First turn's crucial. Wow. Nice little swooping slash. Drives off the bottom again. Similar turn. Nice. Can she get another one in? And late, and she doesn't. So, you know, 2 nice turns out the back, so they're going to back up a score, but she didn't really get the chance to open up, and she would have liked to get a finishing turn here.
Yeah, she started off really well. The board looks really good. First big turn. I think she could have cut it shorter and so she can go for the huge finishing turn, but unfortunately she just pushed it a little bit too hard on that second one and ended up missing that finishing turn. But still, that's going to be a really nice score, really nice backup, a couple of big carves on the outside. Judges always love that, and Kika Vazelko just absolutely smashing. That board looks really, really good. It's just because you can see there's not a lot of power on those waves, and the board just keeps on going.
Yeah, exactly. She did, yeah. Oh, they were nice carves, weren't they, on the open face waves, and a bit of size to it. So definitely be, you know, worthy and go into top 2 scoring waves. So make jobs a little bit hard. 20 minutes to go now for Bonvalot to get back in the game. And just seeing how she got that. Just taking her time with this one. Trying to set the sort of standard. As you see, staying busy again. Ricardo motoring in reverse. Meanwhile, Bonvalot, this is her chance to open up with a proper score. First turn, a little bit slow, but still nice in the pocket. Can she finish it off? That's the trademark. That's the more vertical turn. This time she rides out. She sort of has a choice. Okay, flurry of action. Vazelko, more speed, kicks out with Teresa. She's got the option of blowing out the back of the fins out, or a bit more that way, or doing that, what she often does is that real sort of vertical turn and comes back down. It just depends. She can do both. Kind of depends on the wave, but I think sometimes that vertical turn, I mean, it is vertical, but it might be just a little bit safe.
That second turn was really good.
Really
unfortunately,
good
unfortunately, the first one, she got caught up on the rail. As we can see here, she had a bit of a wall, but yeah, she pressed a little bit too power on that front foot, but yeah, she still managed to get a really nice finishing turn. Manuel Gama is really happy with that one. She's gonna be right there in the mix again, and it's gonna be interesting because, yeah, as you said, yeah, she has that both of the fin drift, backside whack, and also this vertical one. And conditions like this, it's a bit easier just to go vertical and just push it as hard as possible.
Look, on the replay, it's Bramy being a little bit critical because she didn't have a whole lot of time, did she?
Yeah,
she had
exactly.
to race to do that first one, and that meant that, you know, she only had a split second to make that second turn, which she did, and she finished it off. So, well surfed. So that second wave, scoring wave of Secco's has taken a long time on the judges. It's going to come in, I think, maybe around the same sort of score as her first wave. So these two scores, pretty important. Sort of approach the halfway stage of the heat. And a 15-minute mark. I think Teresa might be back in business, at least with one scoring wave. And Francisco still holding the lead. But yeah, it's not in any way a massive lead or something she's going to sit back and be comfortable with. So we're just waiting for those scores to come in. Yolanda Hopkins and Himeti Fierro coming up next. The Fierros just keep coming out, don't they, out of Tahiti. It's just endless, like endless run of rippers, all the sisters. And yeah, she's another one that's the youngest one now, but Baheen's younger sister, up against the experience of Yolanda Hopkins, current European champion, qualifying series champion. See Bonvalot motoring down the coast. She's seen something. She might try going off the left, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps, but we haven't been seeing a lot of good lefts. And she's looking at it. She decides not to go. We haven't seen a lot of good lefts or with that much of wall to work with. We saw yesterday a really good air by Kauli, but other than that, we haven't seen a lot of waves being scored up to the left. We already had the last wave of Kika. It's out. It's a 5.77. So judges really like that two-turn combination. And we're also still waiting for the score of a judge to know the last wave of Teresa. It's going to be on that 5 range as well. So right there in the mix.
Taking their time, aren't they? I mean, how many? That's a two-turn combo of Teresa's. I think they've all seen that turn a few times in their life, haven't they? But want to get it right. And a 5.4 comes in, so she's well back in business. Now, with plenty of time left on the clock, she needs a 5.71 to move up into second. And looks like Secco is going to get down a bit closer to her opponent. Keep an eye on up. Redirect herself on the bank. You've done a bit of coaching, mate. Just how important is that kind of the coach's role in trying to assess where they should sit in the lineup? I mean, that must be kind of crucial.
I spent pretty much my break right now with Kika and Teresa. As you see, Kika dropping off really deep and a huge turn on the outside. We already saw her getting some nice scores with these kind of turns. A bit of a bigger wave, and she took off a little bit too deep, but she managed to go around the section and just hit it that one time. We're gonna see the replay, and I'll be right back on that question. As we see, just hitting really strong. She's such a fierce competitor. She really likes those big turns. So that's a really good turn by Kika. Let's see what the judges think of that, because she got a 9.7 with a big turn like that. That was really good.
It was a much bigger wave, but she's absolutely stomped it. So real powerful. Yeah, so you're hanging out with them. What's your intel, mate? What have you got for us?
Well, yeah, they're discussing a little bit of a positioning, and I think that we always in surfing you have to have your plan A, obviously, and then you have the B, the C, the D, because everything is changing all the time. And they were talking a little bit about how to approach the wave and how to approach the sections, and they spoke about this. Rodrigo told her, don't forget, they really like those big turns, and this is the crew. That's Kika's mother, Felipe, and that's the crew of the crew that hang out with Kika and actually trains with her. And they were talking about the little
Good
bit
hat
of
on the mum. Like
what's
the hat.
that? Do you like the
Lovely
hat?
hat.
The stylish hat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they were talking about positioning, and Rodrigo was telling her just to look out for those corners and where to stay. Like they decided it's gonna be between this and this. Don't get too far out from this positioning, and then the approach. Yeah, he told her you either go for those big carves that you know that you're able to do, and also if the wave closes out, just go as big as you can, and that's exactly what she did, and she actually improved this situation. A 5.63 on that big turn. So so far so good for both of them, for the coach and obviously for Kika.
Yeah, that is true. So she's just nudged the score a little bit northwards. Teresa now needing a 6.00. Flat 6 with 12 minutes on the clock. She was asking for the time. Well, she'll know now that counting down to the 10-minute mark, and a 6-point ride is well within her grasp. Really, she usually gobbles them up for breakfast. And Teresa just making a call now. So we're talking about positioning, like Francisca's gone, okay, don't have priority. I'm going to move up the beach a bit and try and get away. Also make Teresa think a little bit about where she is. See her looking around, so she's got to make a call whether she move up with her opponent or stay where she is. I think it's always a good move if you know, stick where you are.
Yeah.
In fact, you've made your plan. What your opponent does shouldn't really influence too much.
Yeah, that's true. And I know that Kika's and Rodrigo's plan all along was to sit where Kika is right now, a little bit too deep, because Mafalda also gets coached by Rodrigo, and she got her best waves up there. So I know that they decided to go for that peak, and you know what? As you said, you stick to your plan, and you cannot be involved in what the other person is doing. So sometimes it's hard, honestly.
Yeah, well, Mafalda, yeah, she's got two sort of waves with two-turn combos. They weren't long waves, but they were just short, sharp, and she got some massive numbers. But as we see those surfers just trying to regroup, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with the last 11 minutes of the second quarterfinal right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way. Okay, we are back live in action. I think we had one wave ridden in the break.
And it looks like it's a good one.
Looks like it's a good one, yeah. Francisca Secco, who we saw just before that break paddle up the beach a little bit. But here we go, live action, Bonvalot right in the pocket. Nice first turn, nice open face. Can she make the most of it? A nice turn. And she might have another finish one here, and there's another third one. Easily Teresa's best wave, and she's still going. And still going, finishing off little one. Can she get a bit of a section here? And she does, and can she hang on? That's not a completion. She managed to slide the tail out. So a good exchange, because it looks like Kika also got a good wave in that break. We'll get a replay. Here she is again, though. She's not resting on laurels. And just not going to get that one. So Teresa always fighting. No matter what score you post up against her, you're never safe. Here goes Secco looking at this one. Looks like a nice wave. Drives down the line. First turn is big, but it's just the one. Don't think that's going to really help her cause. Still probably get priority because Teresa's wave was so long. But some big numbers coming in for both surfers, you'd think. It's going to be super tight. Set up a really nice finish with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, this is the last one. Just holding that bottom turn and hits it really strong on the lip. So very good surfing by Kika. And this one, Teresa started off really strong, nice snap, and then this is the money turn. Just hits it vertical, very strong turn. And another carving. And here I think she had the momentum. Maybe this just put it. This one put her a little off balance to attack this finishing turn, and she pushed it really hard. And unfortunately went down. But I think pretty much the biggest damage was done on the outside. This two-turn combo, first turn, and then this one, vertical on the lip. That's a really good turn right in front of Kika. And Kika is looking over her shoulder. Is that wave is going to be any good? And it looks like it was. And yeah, it's the best wave of the heat so far. So Teresa right back there in the mix with 7.33.
Yeah, so Bonvalot gets a 7.33 for that, but this wave was caught during the break.
This is Kika's 7.17. That finishing turn, she just has that on lock and keeps on pushing that tail. A little bit of a fin drift as well. Just look at this. Wham, really strong. So Kika with a 7.17, her backup, look at this. Oh, just pushing that tail, body positioning perfect. Just a little bit of innovation and progression, and the judges love to see those different turns.
Yeah, so they do like to see those fins get pushed out, especially on the women's side when they're pushing it and they're like risking. They reward risk. That's where we want to see that type of surfing go. So 7.17, so that currently has a wash up. Teresa now needing a 5.61. So they're kind of going hammer and tong, these two. Every time one surfer does something pretty big, the other surfer matches, really evenly matched. And coming down to the last 5 minutes, you can see them paddle battling together. They're really fierce competitors. You can sort of feel the rivalry, really. Francisco's not going to let Teresa get away from her. He's going to stick with her. And it's the same what Teresa would do in the same boat, for sure. It's a decision to make, though, isn't it, Philippe? Do you stick with her, or do you engage in the constant, the hassling, or do you just try and improve your own score?
Yeah, it feels like because Teresa's coach Manuel is telling her to go back to the original place, because I think she got a little caught up on Kika's paddling and hassling. Maybe Francisco is trying to take it out of the spot position. As we see Teresa looking at this one, she decides not to go. And yeah, because sometimes you get caught up in those hassling moments and those positionings, and it looks like Francisco was looking at her coach, and he probably told her just to close the gap between them, just to make sure that Teresa doesn't get the best wave of the day, because there's only 4 minutes remaining, but there's still plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time. Yeah, she stuck with us. She said, you know what, I'm not going to let you get anywhere away from me. If a wave comes through, I'm going to get the best one with priority. Looks like she's going to use it here. Teresa hustling. Francisco going. Here she goes. Might be another one turn. She's got a lot of speed. Hasn't done a turn yet, but she's got speed for something big here. Oh, and a big layback snap. And hangs on. So that was another one. Big risk, big reward. Secco, brains trust are going for it.
Rodrigo is happy with that one.
Huge layback snap. Not something you see every day. And here we go. So Bonvalot responds. More traditional. First turn is smooth. Second turn, not quite as fast. The wave's not as steep. She's really battling, you could tell, just to get some points. Really close heat this, 12.94 versus 12.73 heat totals. But that wave of a Secco to come in, she had so much speed. It was a matter of how is she going to use the speed here? But this is Teresa's comeback.
Yeah, she started off pretty strong. Unfortunately, the wave kind of dies off on her, and she tried to milk it a lot of the. She tried to get a bit more out of that, unfortunately. But this one, honestly, I see Kika surf every day, and I never saw her doing a turn like that. Look at this. Just laying back, pushing that back tail. That's got to be one of the best turns I've ever seen Francisca doing, and it just, yeah. I think even her coach looked super surprised because that technical. She has such a technical part of surfing, and she puts. Look at this.
It was the release, didn't it? There was a bit of like drift on the tail as well, so that layback sometimes can be a little bit lateral, sort of pushed the fins and they got drifted, so it was a big one turn, plenty of speed. She gets a 6.73 for that one turn, so that does improve her lead. But Bonvalot now netting a 6.57, so this is the chance. Teresa trying to get that third title in a row, which would be massive. We haven't been mentioning the rankings or the series because that's all a wrap. That's a nervous Teresa's sister. She's just, I don't think it is. I think she's just a fan.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a fan. Yeah, it's a fan.
Just a big fan, and she's worried. But out the back is a big
Look
wave.
at this.
Putting him in. Bonvalot.
Oh, she's not going to make it on time.
She's not going to make it, and that could have been super crucial. 90 seconds on the clock. She's putting him in. She'll never give up. That's one thing you know about Teresa. We've seen her hide dropped on rocks. We've seen her battle to the death. But that wave looked like it could have been the last big set of the heat. Chasing a 6.57. She just needs 3 open face turns and she could get that. But unfortunately, just like time might be the enemy. She's battled hard, just hasn't had quite the sort of progression really. And maybe the waves, like Secco had sort of manufactured sort of big points to close out waves, and that's what she's got in her locker now, hasn't she? She's got the ability to you know, create something out of nothing.
Yeah, because she has, as you said, she has the point of differentiality of those progressive and different turns, and yeah, Teresa's just sticking with her game, a little bit more of a classic approach.
Here she goes though, last throw of the dice for Bonvalot. Here she goes. What's this wave got for her? It's a nice clean face. First turn is a little bit stuck in the high, and then she gets up and that went down. Because she was a little late the first, she was late the second, and that's her wrap. I don't think Teresa is going to be able to get another wave, and that's the end of her incredible run at this incredible beach. And just beaten on the day by better surfing, really. She didn't quite get the waves that she wanted to showcase. She stole Moonall out the back. She's not done yet either. So this is a victory lap, and it's going to be another good score, you'd think. We haven't seen what happened out the back, but she's looking confident. She's looking smooth. She's through to the semi-final up against Mafalda Lopes. That's going to be a great backside, frontside duel.
They're sparring partners. It's going to be pretty interesting because they train together, and it's going to be it's interesting to see how the coach, because they have the same coach.
All right, get the gloves on. And there's a mum. She's happy. Super stoked. They're all happy. And yeah, why wouldn't you be? They've just seen their daughter and
she's
friend
happy. Yeah.
Absolutely tear the bag out of it. And we'll see what that last wave did. But it's academic. She's already won the won the quarterfinal. This is the last wave.
This is a huge first turn on the outside
as well. So she could even improve her score here, Philippe.
Yeah, maybe. She got 2 big turns on the outside and she just surfed pristinely. Look at this. The board looks really good. Just keeps the flow and the momentum. She's just waiting for the wave to provide something different. And yeah, no, I think this wave had the potential to go for that 6.57 that Teresa needed. I think definitely yeah, Manuel Gamay is not happy with that one because he knows that the wave had the scoring potential.
I mean,
yeah.
she would have had to.
She had to be fast.
Perfectly,
yeah, exactly.
That first time would have to have been right in the pocket, and she would have had to have nailed it and then gone and done a big finish. Pretty hard to do under pressure. She couldn't. Just waiting on a score to wrap this up. It looks like it's coming in. Another solid number. It's going to be a 7.5 for a last wave, which is actually a best wave, which is saying something. So that goes up into the excellent range almost, and she is smashed that heat out of the park. We've got Yolanda Hopkins and Himeti Fierro up next, but the World Junior Champion, well, she's been on a tear this year. She's already won an event on the qualifying series in Europe. She's won the World Junior Champion, and now she's in very good position now to make to the semi-final, to get back to the final. Excellent surfing, and there's more of that coming our way. We're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to Caparica. The women's quarterfinal number 3 hits the water, featuring the heavy hitter Yolanda Hopkins, European champion, recent wildcard standout in the championship tour event up the coast of Padiche, taking on the younger and very much up-and-coming Himeti Fierro. Represent France, half an hour for these two best waves, scored out of 10 each time, so they get a total out of 20. And if they have a superior total over their adversary, they're going to be in semi-finals, which is going to happen tomorrow. I'm Paul Evans, joining Philippe Jervis, and we're still processing on that last one, mate. What a performance from Kika Secco.
Yeah, Francisca has been on a tear this year. She absolutely smashed the world juniors, and now here, just keep the ball rolling. She made the final in the national tour just a couple of weeks ago, and she made a final on the first stop of the national tour, so she looks confident.
How's Teresa Bonvalot feeling about sharing the spotlight a little bit? She's had kind of a dominance really for a number of years, and now we've got surfers like Francisca Secco. She's also got surfers like Mafalda Lopes, Yolanda Hopkins right now. So there's actually a real strong competition for sort of primacy among the Portuguese women. Well, we'll just park that and revisit it. Let's go down and hear from Kika. She's standing by for an interview.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Kika Secco. Kika Secco, you're on a tear. You just eliminated Teresa Bonvalot, last year's winner. How do you feel about this last heat?
Yeah, I'm really happy. It's firing. Teresa is a really good competitor, and I knew I had to do a lot of good surfing, but also tactically, and that's what I did, and it paid off.
What was the board choice for today? Same as yesterday? You had a 9 on it, so you might be feeling a bit confident on it.
Yeah, I usually ride a 5.7, but today the conditions have dropped, so I chose to ride the same one as yesterday, my 5.6, and it's working well.
Strategy for the next round. It's not today, but what are you going to do for the rest of the day?
I'm just going to get out of the sun. It's too hot out here, and go rest, drink some water.
For a surf, because she looks really comfortable. But going back on that topic, what I think it happened.
Bonvalot under pressure.
Yeah, as we saw here, a 2-point by Hermiti Fierro, a nice first turn. Unfortunately, she doesn't get on that second one. I think Teresa at some point in Portugal, she overstepped everyone else, and she got a little far away technically and when it comes to results. And what I've been seeing for the last couple of years, the other surfers kind of closed that gap, and they got pretty close to Teresa. Teresa almost qualified for the World Tour last year, which was a bummer because she got some equal points as Sophie Mignot, I think, and they had to go through the rule book, and they decided to go for Sophie's on the tour, and it was pretty, it was a bummer for Teresa, but I feel like all the other girls just kind of, especially here in Europe, they just kind of closed that gap a little bit, and she's gonna have to share that spotlight for the rest of her life. I think it's part of the game, as we see the Portuguese surfer Yolanda.
Hopkins with loads of drive down the line. Makes a mistake there. That's uncharacteristic. She's on her way to a number. A relatively routine turn on the end. Coach John shuffles uncomfortably. Yeah, just on that chat though, when you see like one surfer trying to do it all on their own and kind of carry a generation, it's hard to do. When there's a group of you, you can all push each other. You can all be inspired to new levels. What went wrong here for Yolanda?
She kind of drifted the lift, and it feels she drifted the tail, and it feels like when she was landing, the back foot came off of that deck pad. So a little bit of a mistake by Yolanda, but she still will have plenty of time. You know what? I agree with that. When you travel as a group and all that, it's all fun and games, but eventually you'll have to compete against each other, and they compete against each other since they were little kids, and they still do on the national tour and now on the QSs and maybe one day on the CT. And you're gonna create that little rivalry even if you travel as a group, and sometimes it can play against you because you can get mixed feelings in between being friends and being sparring partners and being opponents. So it can get a little bit in your head, and I think Teresa, because she trains with a different coach, she's gonna be always a little bit apart, but they're all friends and they all hang out. That's pretty sure.
Well, while I've got you on this, I'm glad you mentioned CT. I'm going to give you 4 names. Tell me who you think's most likely to get on the CT. Teresa Bonvalot, of course, she's getting replacement spots this year by finishing on equal points. Yolanda Hopkins, Kika Secco, Mafalda Lopes. Who's your best bet?
I can only have one. I can only have one.
You can only have one. Yep. Who will do it first? They might all get there.
Oof.
You can think about it if you want for a while.
What's that?
You can think about it if you want for a while.
No, I think, honestly, I think Teresa will be getting there first.
She's basically, I mean, this year she finished on equal points. Sophie McCulloch basically had to win the event in Haleiwa, which is what happened.
Yeah,
exactly. Finished on equal points, and because of the win, she got the spot. But Teresa's able to surf as a replacement, so she's getting opportunities.
I think Teresa will be getting there first, but Kika eventually, Francisca Vazelko eventually will get there as well. So I think that's my answer. Teresa will be first.
I like it. Here's Fierro whipping it on the backhand. Just one quick hit. It's real glassy out there. It's pretty warm as well. It's actually about mid-20s in Celsius right now. It's not even midday. And it is super glassy and smooth on the face. Her surfing's pretty smooth. She's going to need to bring a little more than this, though.
Yeah, especially again Yolanda, because she is a ruthless competitor. You need to put that extra spark on those turns, and she went a little soft on this one. Drifting the tail, which is not easy to do. A little bit more technicality on that one, but
basically a close-out wave, right? So she had one turn, really, just to fit something in. Wasn't one of those peeling waves down wide on the bank, but she will improve. That's a 3 for her, so it goes in her top 2 as the high score. Still plenty of time, just under the 21-minute mark for Hopkins to fire up. He'll also have priority, and I reckon she'll be a little bit angry with herself about that mistake. Just drifting the fins and not really pulling it back underneath herself for the recovery, but she might make amends here as we see a stretched out wall, kind of soft and velvety on the face. Hopkins, you saw the trail of her paddle. She tried to get wide enough, she couldn't. But Fierro could. Great looking wave for her. Here she goes. Wow. Meaty. Good first turn. And then a check turn on the face. Carving on the rail. She'll keep it close to the white water. So really good opening maneuver there for Amiti. Let's see where that goes score-wise.
Yeah, a little better from the surfer in blue. She actually got a really strong first turn, and she got a little lucky because Yolanda was looking at it, but she went a little bit. She was a little bit too deep, and she decided the wave had enough scoring potential just to go, and she decided well, and it's gonna be her best score, that's for sure, because she got a combination of some nice maneuvers. As we see the replay behind the section, she hits it. That snap right on the corner of that leap, and then a couple of cutbacks. The wave didn't allow her to do that much, but that first turn, it's gonna be the point of difference. It's a 4.67. It's gonna be her best wave, as we have Yolanda with the priority out there, just waiting for something.
So Amiti chipping away here. Couple of waves without prio. Good enough for getting some points on the board. That's what you got to do. That's what it's all about. Otherwise, you could just sit there, wait for the bombs, but all the while your opponent has priority. Why not just try and take opportunities, see if something slips under, offers points. And she's got some modest numbers. The 4.67's reasonable. There's the prep of Polinado. He'll be ready for a clash with Braye, Frediani. Pauline was quite honest in her appraisal of surfing yesterday. She was pleased to get the result, get through, but she was really happy with the performance, where she was in the lineup. She said she was a bit lost. I think we'll see a well-prepared and different Pauline Addo today. Meanwhile, on a good-looking wave, Hopkins on the rail. This one goes soft here. She holds the rail in the water, engaged, and it gets real small on her real fast, and never really able to attack the lip.
Yeah, on the drone angle, it looked like it was going to be a lot better than the wave actually was, as she's repositioning herself. She's trying to find another place on the lineup, as we see, because the takeoff zone was really good, but the wave just completely died on her. She did pretty well, but unfortunately it didn't have that potential to just go for the big score. Look at this angle. It looks like it's gonna wall up right in front of her, but then out of nowhere, the wave just disappears on the deep part of the sandbar. And yeah, she's gonna put another small score on her board and make it a little harder for herself, but there's still plenty of time remaining.
Yeah, she gets a 2.63 for that. At the moment, those are her scores on top of your screen there, small numbers. Looking around, really prowling for opportunity. There's the energy from the swell from yesterday's dialed back a fair bit. There are still sets out there, but just a bit of a bigger pause between them. You certainly rather have numbers posted rather than be chasing numbers into the dying stages of heats, although we have seen some big scores come right at the end of heats throughout the day. They tended to come to the surf that was already leading. Maybe they got something with priority at the beginning of the half hour and then it came back to them at the end. That seems to be the way it's kind of fallen for a lot of the action this morning, but very different from yesterday when 4 surfers in the water, 25-minute heats, waves everywhere, frenzy of activities. The mental game, as ever, crucial today as we go one-on-one action.
Yeah, that man-on-man heats, they're completely different strategically and when it comes to wait and choose the right waves. As we see Yolanda on a little bit of a better wave, nice first scarf, then another one. I'm gonna say something about Yolanda. She really improved technically the last couple of years. Because she knows to be at the top of their surfing level, you need to be you need that extra technicality part.
In what way specifically? What she
just the body positioning and yeah, mostly the body positioning, and she's a lot more technical. That bottom term is really good. These carves, as you can see, just bending that knee inside the board, that back knee, and it looks like she improved some technical aspects out of her surfing, and I'm really happy with that because she has the power, and sometimes she wasn't on the same level when it comes to the technical part of surfing. But now she's closing the gap as well. She's really working on those technical aspects, the body movement, the arms, the legs, and that's really important for her.
Amiti here, good looking wave. It's a racy wall at the beginning, and she tries to go with a float. It just comes down a little late. She's not surfing with tons of speed. She's going into her turns really It's not quite at full pace, and when you do that, trying to come out of a maneuver like a floataway, you need to kind of kick the board down to the flats, unable to outpace it, basically.
Yeah, you have to be yourself pushing the board down. Sometimes when it's bigger, you know you're gonna get the speed and the wave will always help you. But when it's this big, you have to be the one with the cat reflexes and pushing the board and making sure you can get some power and some spark on those turns. Otherwise, it's gonna look soft and slow, as you said.
Half the heat gone. Numbers in for Hopkins, so 4 for her last effort. She's heading in the right direction. She's still in second, though. And actually, Amiti's got the advantage on each score. Her highest score, slightly higher by just over half a point. Even her backup's a bit better as well. So at the moment, it is the younger of these two. It's a long way from where she grew up surfing over in the South Pacific. Representing France here on the European QS at Costa de Caparica, and looking to go into the semi-finals, which has been an incredible result for her. And Hopkins, a little bit more used to success coming in here after a strong showing in a previous event in Morocco. Here she goes, flying down the line.
Whoa.
Big turn with a load of speed. Won't get a second section, though.
Yeah, but we have been watching last year, for example, Kika got some really good results on some really good scores on one big turn on the outside, and I really like this one. She almost went for a little air there. She had a little bit of air time coming down on that one, but I think the approach here, she was trying to get over that section, and she did really well. Unfortunately, the wave just kind of speeded up on her. Because otherwise, I know that you'll land. That's a really good turn still, but as you can see, it's almost like a lip line floater, just to get some speed to get over that section. And what we saw Kika doing on the 9.7, and today also, she was just attacking that lip with on your mind just that one turn, and it felt like it was a bit short on Yolanda's side right now, because I think she was looking at the end of that wave to try to get over that section and hit it again, and so she didn't commit as much as she wanted to on just that one single turn. It's still her best wave though, 4.63.
Best wave in for Hopkins, also puts her in the lead in this one. It's real close though. Yeah, that extra energy in that turn. You saw even the way she kicked out, she had so much speed. She came out the top of the wave, really wanted another section. Couldn't find it on that occasion. But just one turn. Able to get a decent number, put herself, I'm not going to say in control, but she's certainly in the lead in this heat. We've got loads yet to come. We've got priority with Fierro as well. Still 12 minutes or so on the clock. Here goes Amiti, and the crumble from Yolanda makes a little section. And it's just a quick in and out again from her, so never really able to open up onto the open face.
Yeah, unfortunately, a bit of a mistake. She used her priority there, and she left Yolanda in a better situation. Because now she has the priority, she can control and choose which wave she wants, and probably she's gonna find a bigger one.
So a little bit of a nervy encounter, this one. No one opening up, really, and laying down a marker. It's still anyone's at this stage. The use of priority wasn't great there from Amiti, just to get that small number. So Yolanda again now will look for a bit of quality. You can see the way the ocean slowed up. Nice direct to Hugo Pinero, kind of identified that this morning, that there's still opportunities out there, but fewer sets, so we extended out that heat time to half hour, and obviously with just 2 surfers in the water. Should be more waves ridden for each surfer. But you can see that dialed down energy. It really is about the quality. I think throughout the last 3 days, there's been big scores available on in-between waves, insiders. Today, it's really about the sets. If you want to go up the scale, 6s, 7s, or even up to the 8s and 9s, as we have already seen. Here's Amiti with a good-looking wave, and that's nice and vert.
That's
and
better.
she was just basically going faster then, and because of that, it allows her to really open up into the lip. A good hit from her.
Yeah, that was a really better. That was a lot better by Amiti Fierro. She got a bit more speed, as you said, and she was able, as you see here, a bit of a small wave, but she managed to get a lot more speed, just opened up that shoulders to attack the lip vertical, and we know that the judges love to see that board just going up and vertical. So better turn. She almost drift, kind of drift the tail there as well. So it's a 3.73. Doesn't change the situation, but it's going to improve on at least her confidence.
Yeah, it goes in the top 2, but she's still in 2nd place right now. Still looking for that 3.96. That's the requirement. So a little bit of wobble go through that wave, and just the lip line sat up quite nicely for her. And it was a smaller between the wave. Hopkins has a look at that one. You could always see that one was going to run away from her. So she waited a while to make that decision. She actually looked like she was going for that at one stage. And it was looked from our point of view anyway, fairly obvious. She was too deep on that. And I think as a result of that now, she's going to head a little bit wider here. Don't want to get caught behind. If you get one of these runners, they will open up through the bank, but you get behind on the first turn.
No, you're gonna lose it. You're gonna lose the scoring position of the whole wave. So you need to be right at the right spot on the lineup to make sure you take advantage of every single moment of those waves.
9 minutes on the clock. This does feel like a nervy encounter. Our 3rd quarter-final for the women. Who's going to semis tomorrow? As we'll crown champions here. We've already got the European champion in the water right now. Yolanda Hopkins is by Frediani. Get ready for a tough heat against Paulina Duru.
That's a pretty wax job, isn't it? It's super similar. Like, everything is perfect. The board just looks so clean. And you get that little wax job, white, just too perfect. That's even weird. As you see Yolanda paddling for this one. Is she too deep? Yes, she is, but that looked like a nice wave on the inside.
Hopkins might go here. She's got priority. She's just trying to put herself on the corner. And she's, again, decides she's a bit deep. Let's see if she gets one more shot at this. She's got some good paddle speed. She's trying to get into a part of the wave where she can essentially escape the first section and get down the line. This looks like it. She's made a good choice here. Hopkins up right in, looking to consolidate her lead. Good wave, good opening turn. It is just one maneuver though.
Yeah, with a bit more commitment than the last one. So it's a small wave. Here's John, there's Aaron as well. Just looking at Yolanda's heat. They're probably just trying to figure out what's gonna happen. Yeah, she drives that bottom turn. She knew it was gonna be just that one turn, so she committed a little bit more vertically. As we see, hits it strong. A little bit of a whitewash, and the judges like it. 5.6. That's what you get for attacking the lip with a lot of commitment and speed.
Strong turn, opened up, didn't she? Went from the deep bottom turn up into an already pitching lip. It was dynamic, it was explosive. And she gets the first legit score really in this, what's been not a classic quarter so far. 5.6, that's a lot more like it. That's a little bit of quality. That's what you expect at the quarterfinal stage. We really are expecting surfers to step up and show their best right now if they want a shot at the semis and ultimately the title. Hopkins, well, she's put her hand up now and put a little bit of a margin on the youngster Fierro, who still has over 6.5 minutes. And even though she's not been able to get heaps, she only needs a 5.57. So that's her requirement. What she wants probably is at least one section on the wave. She needs a runner, something that peels down the sandbar here. And she needs to kind of attack multiple times. We've seen her turns are technical and tight. She likes to go nice and steep, vert on the backhand. But she's just been it's been a little bit low energy, I would say, her waves, and her surfing a touch because of the waves.
Yeah, there's not too many of those waves right now on the lineup, and she really needs to find one of those. It's hard to position yourself and read those ones, because sometimes they look like they're gonna wall up and they're gonna slow down for you to attack as a backside attack, and out of nowhere the wave just kind of disappears. As we see the recap, this is Fierro's best wave, combination of nice turns, just going. As you can see, she hasn't been able to find those waves that allows you to go for at least 2 big turns. As we see here, Yolanda on this one, that's a nice turn. She wanted to go over that section, unfortunately, she couldn't, but this one, she attacked it way more vertical and way more powerful. As the judges reward that, that's exactly what she needed to do on the wave prior to that, because the wave was bigger, it was cleaner, and but she was really trying to get over that section. But still, very, very good hit by Yolanda, just taking advantage of those conditions, and now she has the priority again.
Yeah, some action here. So we've got Fierro on the inside. She's used her priority. She's got a wave. Let's get a look at it.
Up and riding. Nice first snap on the outside in this wave. Had a lot of wall, and that's a nice snap as well. Unfortunately, gets a little hang up. She goes around the section, and the wave just kept on providing for her. She's gonna bring it all the way through the inside. Unfortunately not. Yeah, that first turn was really good, and it looked like the second one was gonna be really good again, but she got cut up. She kind of got too far away from the board. She almost disconnected from the board there, so a little bit of a mistake, but still very well served by Hermiti Fierro. That's gonna be her best ride, maybe. She needs a 5.57. What are you thinking, Paul?
It's a good first turn. If she had another couple of sections like that, she'd be well on her way to that number. Score comes in. It's just close, not enough. It's 5.53. Meanwhile, Hopkins on a bomb, going really fast, top to bottom surfing. As she rips down a cutback and kicks out, goes past Fierro.
As we see Fierro up and riding. Yeah, Yolanda's wave looked really good. I think she had the space to go top to bottom, and she decided just to do those deep line floaters.
Interesting on our scoring screen. Bit of a spread from the panel for Hermiti. We'll have a look at Yolanda before we get into that. Here's Hopkins' wave.
Yeah, she decided for this speed turn instead of just coming off the bottom and hitting the lip, and the wave just kind of disappeared. And because it actually had a lot of scoring potential there, but I think she got a little bit she ran away a little bit from that critical sections here, unfortunately. But still very well served. We'll see how the judges will score that. They already did. It's only a 2.47. But yeah, Hermiti closing the gap.
Closing the gap for sure. Just revisiting that score. So one judge went to 6-0 for that. That was a high number. Low was a 4-8. So over a point spread on that way for Hermiti Fierro. But because of our 5 judging system, we lose the high and the low, take the average of the rest. And it comes out the aggregate 5.33. So real close to the requirement. Here's Hopkins on the backhand.
Nice first snap. And then another mistake. Do you think she's getting nervous or something? Because she made a couple of mistakes this year.
Yeah, I just think it's out there. You come in with a real high energy, high octane approach, big aggression, you're revved up, you want to get into the semis, and just the waves are a little bit underpowered. And sometimes that's a bit of a mismatch in terms of your mental speed and the speed of the ocean. You do have to figure that out. She has been doing that throughout the heat, just making that adjustment. But I think she came in wanted to just destroy it, go a million miles an hour, get a couple of 8s. Sometimes it's not like that. And you've got soft waves, you've got some awkward little closeout sections, even on smaller waves. It's weird, sometimes the smaller ones actually close out rather than the bigger ones. You can't get around, and you feel a little bit of that frustration. That makes you maybe want to push a little bit harder, and then you're more likely to go incomplete. But I think overall, the way she's rallied, I mean, both of these two have been really busy, right? So 9 waves each. That's a lot.
That's a lot. And yeah, well, back in the day when I used to compete, I used to talk with my coaches about that all the time. Like, sometimes it's going to be a low-scoring affair heat, and you have to
doesn't feel like a great strategy coming into a heat, mate. And it's
no,
be
it's not. But when it's slow and and tough conditions, I'm not saying it's like today, but when it's those stormy and because you see like all the hits are with small scores, and you obviously you want to go for those high heights.
I'm going to try and get a couple of 4s actually. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
But sometimes you have to understand that the waves are so hard that you're not going to be able to do like 8s and 9s when it's really small or really stormy or something like that. But you just have to adapt, and that's the most important part.
Have we got waves coming? 40 on the clock. Fierro, priority with her. The requirement is come down 4-7-1 is what she needs to get to semi-finals and come back tomorrow with a shot at the title here at the Caparica Surf Fest. Final 30. There's not loads out in the ocean there. Hopkins keeping close company of Amatriain Fierro. We'll just watch things out with second prio. I don't think that's going to matter because it doesn't look like we're getting anything in terms of waves coming through. So a well-contested heat, well battled from Yolanda. A couple of possible missteps, we'll say, at the start for a surfer of her caliber, the European champion, but made amends, got that one big hit for the 5-6. And a really well-served event. Congratulations to Amatriain Fierro. She's saying the first time really competing at this level, and she's gone to the quarterfinals. She's lost to the European champ. She has in no way disgraced herself, and she looks like a very bright prospect for the future.
Yeah, definitely. She'll be a name we're going to be talking about for the next few years. So as you can see, that was super close. 10.23 for Yolanda and 10.20 for Amatriain. So that was really tight.
Hopkins is going to feature in our second semi-final. Who's she going to be up against? Braye Frediani or Paul Nadeau? Find out in a couple of minutes' time when we come back from break.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back live, Caparica Surf Fest. Quarterfinals will wrap up here with the women, and we'll check out an all-French affair. Braye Frediani taking on Pauline Ado. The youth of Frediani, the experience of Ado. Conditions are clean, glassy, delectable. Who's going to put up points and come back tomorrow for a shot at the title? We'll know in the next 28 or so minutes. Here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans. It's Ben Mundy. How you feeling, Ben?
Very good, thanks, Paul. Yeah, it's pumping. The sun's out. We're into the quarter-final of the day. Frediani just getting this wave while in the break. And it's really crisp. There's a real holiday feel to this place right now. And I just can't wait to get involved in it after we do the serious business here.
Ado here having a swing, live action. Good looking wall for her. What she got off the bottom. Nice jam on a rail, some spray. And then a little vertical prod as she puts the board up into a re-entry. Kicks out nice and smooth. Shall we get to the awkward stuff first, Ben? Are we going to deal with this at the top?
Yep, let's do it.
You got kicked out of a kids' surfing competition this morning, Ben.
I didn't get kicked out. I was told.
Oh, yes, you did.
No, she said I was never going to surf in the competition. I was using the rip bowl to get out around it. I was told by 3 11-year-olds consecutively that I wasn't welcome, I would say. Of which I sort of responded in a nice, calm way and said, look, guys, I know that. I'm just going down the coast. Hope you have a good heat. Have a good life. Hope the future is fine. So, yeah. And I was just getting a close look at the future Portuguese surfing. Looks pretty bright, Paul. Looks really bright. So, yeah. But, yeah, that was good. I just had a good chat. Speaking of Portuguese sort of surfing and legends of, had a chat to Nick from Semente, the surfboard shaper. Good 20-minute chat. Covered everything from the future of surfing, what we need to do to improve it, to artificial intelligence.
What do we need to do to improve it?
Make it less boring was the next advice somehow. I was like, yep, you're onto it, mate. Any ideas on that?
How do we do that?
Yeah, well, that's where we got stuck. That's where we moved on to artificial intelligence, hoping that that could provide some answers. We plugged into that. I talked about some of the best young Portuguese surfers coming through. Talked about Cody Slater. I just covered, it was a wide. We talked about his immigrant, his Italian-American father, he watched his first ever surfing competition. It was a Smirnoff Pro. It was like 25 foot. There was 8 surfers in it, and he went, "Oh, this is boring." That was his dad's initial take in the 70s, and we particularly learned our lesson. I enjoyed it. He's such a good guy. He's watched a lot of surfing, and yeah, really enjoyed it. Our chat. Miss Hopkins. I mean, I was watching from the beach, obviously.
Yep.
She seemed to be right back on form.
Close heat though, 3/100ths of a point in it. So real close.
0.03. And then, yeah, it's just sort of suddenly, we're just right down to the nub of the whole thing, aren't we, Paul? I know that women's surfing's been great, lacked a little bit of drama in terms of the European Series rankings and the Challenger Series sort of spots, but still got Paulina Doe.
We're wrapped up for the webinar. Who's going to the Challengers?
Well, Yolanda Hopkins is.
Yep. She's a champion.
She's a champion. We've also got, I hold the phone.
Paulina Doe.
Pauline's going, absolutely. Fahim Fierro is going. It's all sort of done and dusted. Well, obviously, Francisco Paselco is going courtesy of a World Junior win. Pretty stacked, pretty solid. But now it's all about who takes the win. Obviously, Teresa Bonvalot won't be there to defend her title that she's won here the last 2 years. So that's a bit of a,
Yeah, I was asking Jervis about Teresa and the sort of...
Did he mention his competitive background in the sport?
Yeah, he managed to make it about him, but also, yeah, just the fact that there's that whole generation of talent really kind of, well, I'm not going to say nipping at her heels, but basically vying for parity or even sort of primacy over her. The likes of the Secco, Hopkins, without the Lopes. It's a real talented crew out of Portugal. Progressive surfing as well from them.
Yeah, I think they're right at that level to make a mark on the world stage. We just saw the Selcos. They're just improving fast as well. Every time you sort of see them, every 6 months block, there's been another little jump, especially with Francisco, I think. Or, winning the World Junior title shows exactly where they're at. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that push. We need some fresh faces on that CT. And I'd be glad to see some Portuguese. And they'll suit the waves on the CT, I reckon.
You've mentioned CT. I did ask him who he thought would be the one to make the breakthrough from those 4 I mentioned out of Portugal. Who do you fancy, Ben? You've watched most of their significant heats over the last few years.
I think
you like him?
Yeah, I think for Selco, I think, especially after this week, I just think she's got a bit more. I mean, they're all so fiercely determined, but just technically she's a bit more stronger. She's grown up in some really powerful waves. She's got a one turn, kind of chance to manufacture a score out of nothing now, which maybe she didn't have. So yeah, I'd sort of back her. But the others, I think they'll all do it together. But I think she's probably in the best place right now.
Shall we have a chat with Hopkins?
Yeah,
let's
always.
do it.
Yeah, guys, Yolanda, you were struggling a little bit in there at the beginning, and you won by 0.03. What happened?
I don't know. I think I was a bit out of rhythm with the waves. I didn't get quite a nice set, and I didn't. I just kept trying to work on it, but the waves just weren't giving. The ones I caught just seemed like didn't have any wall. I think the tide is changing a bit, and I think the heat before had loads of sets, so ours was a bit weird. I just couldn't find my rhythm.
And you were saying before your heat, we were having a chat, and you said that you did some exercises, some breathing exercises. Can you explain to us what that's about?
It's just to keep the anxiety and the excitement under control, and make sure I expand that feeling, and I still have full movement on my body, like my arms and legs. I was like, okay, even with this in here, I can still work and do my job.
So you do that before the heat, and while you're in these types of situations, what works?
I do that before the heat, and sometimes when I'm under pressure outside, I do my karate breathing. It's something I've been training for a few years now, so it really helps me to calm down. I didn't manage to actually get a wave after I did that out the back, but I think it would have worked.
Tell us about your board, because we haven't seen you ride that one yet.
Normally I use it when it's a little bit small. But I do like it when it's big. I don't know. I just love this board. I seem to win a few comps on it, so I think it's got a little bit of magic in it. So I just thought, considering the waves, that it would be the best choice.
Well, you did a great job. You managed to go through. You're in the semi-finals. Congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Thanks so much.
Interesting there for Joanna. I like the karate, chat the karate breathing. I have a question for you. What do you reckon, Hopkins? Is she classic Cobra Kai or is she Miyagi? What dojo would she be in if she should join one of those?
I'd like to say Cobra Kai. The enemy deserves no mercy. Sweep the leg.
Yeah, I reckon she's Cobra Kai. Yeah.
John Kreese as well. I got to say, if you caught up with the new series,
Ross Williams.
Yeah.
On the phone.
Well, here's Ado. We're getting a replay here.
There's a little karate chop going on here. This finishing turn. Hi-ya! He just gets it in. Great surfing from Pauline. We've seen that a lot. She's just starting to warm up, get a few points in. She's won here before as well, so she knows this wave so well. She's getting ready for the snap up. Good surfing. No, I haven't seen the new series. My son has.
Johnny Lawrence is really good in it. Daniel's son's just irritating. Look at this from Braye. This is a really nice backhand technique from her.
Yeah, she's surfing really well on her backside. A little bit lateral, just coming around the corner. I was lost in a Cobra Kai reverie there for a while, and she just went down the hole. But just lacking the sort of verticality she needs. That first turn is nice, and she just has to sort of S-turn her way through these lower scores. She's got a few, I think yesterday she got through the last potential wave in the last 30 seconds. So she knows about pressure, but these little turns aren't going to give her huge scores. But that first turn out the back, still going, just falls off there. Yeah, there's a lot of spray, even if she sort of had to angle out of it.
How do you throw more spray, Ben? How does one throw more spray?
Basically, it's like pushing water, isn't it? So the more volume, the more force you've got, and that just means rail work, Paul. So the longer piece of equipment, the longer bit of hard material you can move against the water, the more spray will come. And that means, so driving through turns and having more rail engaged.
Is timing good as well?
Timing helps. I mean, it's all about maximum force of your board pushing against the water, so the timing helps, the length of rail helps, and yeah, Frediani getting a bit of spray, not huge amounts, but enough to get it right in the game. Low scoring affair, so it's going to stay pretty tight, I'd imagine.
Ado with the priority, with a cool head on the shoulders as ever. Just scan the horizon here and look for opportunities. It's Good Friday today.
It is.
Easter weekend.
Yep.
It's a holiday. Let's talk to Mashiko. It's a holiday for sort of like every day here across the Caparica. Here's very much at work. It's Pauline Ado. Over a soft section. Not over a soft section. She gets a little caught. Meanwhile, Braye, first turn. Here's a second manoeuvre. Trying to keep the board speed going. She'll let it stand up. Doesn't want to get too far in front of the section here. That's why she fades back there. And then waiting for it here. Nothing really on offer. So not great use of priority from Ado, but not a massive move from Frediani either to capitalise on that mistake.
No, it was both probably aren't going to sort of nudge the dial in any way, shape or form. Have to reset and go back out. Yeah, it's a holiday vibe. It's a holiday town. Some of those places you travel around the world, you just know it has that sort of vacay feeling all the time. They're special parts of the world.
What are some of your favourite things about Caparica, Ben?
I love the fact that it's, well, I mean, where do I start? That's a tricky question. I like the waves. They're, you know, it handles pretty much every wind, every type of swell. Even when it's massive, you can find corners. So like that's consistent. I like the people. They're just super friendly. They've got their own thing going on. They don't really care about sort of all they care about is sort of going down the beach and having fun. So I like that. You know what I mean? It's not a real scene. It's just a sort of family-based good times.
What's the best thing you've seen in the week you've had here?
Best thing I've seen? Oh, probably the vision while I was in the tube. Enjoyed that. The best thing I've seen, last night's sunset is probably right up there.
Yep.
Pretty gorgeous. Yeah, I also like the fact that you can just sort of drive. You know, Caparica is quite built up. It's got its own little kind of city by the sea vibe. But as soon as you know, a kilometre down the beach, you're in some pretty natural sort of sand dunes below the escarpment. Birds sort of flying in. So yeah, I just like the fact that you don't have to travel far.
Andy loves an escarpment.
I love
it every year. You haven't said it this year on the broadcast, I don't think. I was like, wow. He said he's only got to rest of today and tomorrow, and he gets it in.
Oh, so close.
Day.
You know why? Because I was talking to a fan on the beach about my commentary, and he mentioned he lived at Stanwell Park, which is in, as you well know, it's in the lieu of an escarpment. So I brought it up, and then I do love it. I love the escarpment. You know, I can't stop saying it. Yeah, it's beautiful. So yeah, all those things I like about it. Yeah.
14.5 minutes on the clock. Couple of throwaways from Ado. Her last 3 efforts haven't been able to add much to her score. Haven't had anything. She's got low numbers, but she does have the lead right now. Plenty of time left to go in this one. Who's going to semis to face Hopkins? One of these two. Find out when we come back from break real soon.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Paul, I've got a question for you, Paul. If you could just win one Challenger Series event in 2023, what would you choose to win?
Ericira. Just think it'd be impressive commentating and winning it as well. I just think that
it would be unprecedented.
Don't know if it's ever been done before. I know I've got the world record for most QS commentary days in a calendar month, obvs. But to actually win one, whilst hosting the broadcast.
Because you did the presentation as well. You weigh yourself. You'd weigh yourself on stage, get your body weight in extra beer, and then hand it back to you, and then that would be good to watch. Yeah.
Frediani gets a 3-1-3. She's paddling back out. It's chipping away here. She's still on threes, though. Those aren't great numbers. This is Pauline Addo paddling back out. Let's see where her score goes. Frediani's in the lineup with priority right now. And Paulie's got a good number coming through, so she's just turned the screw a bit here. 5-3-3, classic Addo. And she gets a bit of quality on her left hand of the backhand attack, Mundy.
One turn, gets the fins out the back, rides out clean. He goes Frediani, just being a little bit more lateral. A couple of phone climbs, good style, not a whole lot of points. And Addo, just that little bit of extra spice, a little bit extra class. And she's just edging ahead. Hasn't had to do a whole lot to get that lead, but she's still starting to turn the screw. She's done it before, she'll do it again.
Ben, I feel like you neglected to ask me. It's the best thing I've seen, Caparica.
What's the best thing you've seen, Caparica, Paul?
Great question. Just shortly before, I saw a game. It was on a volleyball court, but it was headers and volleys, so like football, volleyball, but a veterans game. And there was the old legends out there with the tashes and the rigs out. I tell you what, the standard was pretty high. I think we'd struggled to get a start because they had some quite bigger, there's some bigger older guys. They had some really nice. It was a really good game. That looked wicked.
You do like a big man with a light touch, don't you?
That looked really fun. That's someone I want to be part of. You mentioned it though. I think the whole sporting beach scene, surfing's a big part of it. It's not just about surfing. Some of those beaches, it's really either people kind of sitting on the beach a little bit indifferent, or people going surfing here, people playing football, there's volleyball going on, there's a tennis court, there's a sort of sand football setup, beach football with those smaller goals in the cage. There's basketball, hoops, you got the gym. It's really like that outdoor life. If you follow this promenade along, you're never like far from the ocean here in Caparica. So wherever you are, you always got an idea what the surf's doing, because basically you can see it everywhere. The coast is just a long strip with the jetties that run out, and crew on skateboards. I've seen a lot of people surfing the concrete waves. Just
I've seen a lot of snake hips.
Carving up the skaties.
Snake hips.
People on bikes as well. They delineate the lanes, so you got your bike lane, your skateboard lane. Yeah. There's a lane you're walking with your board.
Yeah. There's a long
people stick to their lanes,
there's a long skateboard lane. There's a roller skate lane. There's walking with a cane lane. Yeah. Well, most noticeably, I've found out that if you are walking the wrong way in the bike lane, you get a sudden ding ding, and a bit of a, like a general, come on mate, there's one rule here.
Yeah.
Stay in your lane, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's all very, everyone's courteous, considerate, I would say. I'll tell you what, even when I went for that surf, a guy did drop in on me. I said, no dramas. I said, look, mate, it's fine. We both sort of rode the wave. Live action, though.
Frediani on the backhand, needs a number. That won't be it. It's a 5-5 that she's looking for.
And I said, no worries, mate. We met back on the promenade, and he was like, oh, I'm sorry for the drop. And I said, oh, man, I'm sorry. It was your wave. I should have waited. We walked off and had a little chat. Just classic Caparica. Even drop-ins bring people together.
It's not like you, Ben, to paddle around someone and...
I didn't paddle around
How out of
someone.
character. Here's Ado. She's having a paddle around. She's got a wave here, live action. Pauline, your heat leader. Bang. Little hit off the top. Zoosh. Off the white water. Still looking to squeeze some juice. Goes a little foam climb, has a look around. Still over 8 minutes on the clock. Time for Frediani to mount something of a comeback. But Pauline Ado there, trying to add further scoreboard pressure. How'd you like this last wave from Pauline?
I think it's pretty similar to her other waves, to be honest. She had a sort of end section. I think the difference is between, say, some of the Secco and that new crew. They're just putting a bit more on edge. So this is a section. She didn't really slide the tail out, or didn't push the fins around. So I just think it was a little bit safe. She's surfing to the heat score, no doubt. But yeah, so I didn't really like it, is my honest answer. I thought it lacked a bit of flair. She's in the lead. She can maybe afford to push a little bit. But she's a winner. She knows how to win heat, so it's hard to question the tactics when she's out in front.
She got 4.5 for it, so she made that requirement more difficult for Braye. And she's now looking for a 5.93. So she needs to go a couple of points better than her high score, which is a 3.9. She's ridden 5 waves so far. Now she needs a bit of a weighty number. That requirement, you'll note, Ben, is ever edging up. So Pauline Ado put a bit of a platform up, realised it was kind of a flimsy one, and she'll just chip away and try and increase that margin. And it's up now close to a 6, which feels, in the context of this heat and a lot of the surfing we've seen in it, 6 feels like quite a big number to get.
Yeah. Frediani hasn't been able to get anywhere near that type of score with her wave so far. We're about to see the heat recap and show where she's at, but she's been stuck in a pretty mid-3 rut for a while, so she needs to improve dramatically. That was probably her best turn of the heat so far, but then after that it was pretty pedestrian, so she hasn't been able to get into the 4-point range, and that's why she's just, Pauline's been surfing well, but hasn't got huge numbers. But yeah, Frediani just failing to get that extra sort of mid-range score she needs. That's a one big turn. That's the best wave of of the heat, according to the judges. So that shows you what the level we're at so far. The waves are still so clean. And then Pauline, she just keeps plugging away. She very rarely falls off. And she's got too much for Frediani at this stage, with sort of just on 5 minutes left to go. Plans this afternoon, Paul. You got the, we're about to wrap this up. I've just got post show, which goes to the Australia Gilsey Wave of the Day. We've got best in women's heat and men's heat, but after that, we've kind of got the afternoon off.
You might have the afternoon off, Ben. I'll probably be preparing
research.
For finals day. Yeah, just did some research. I've got to work out some of the permutations.
Plug into the gunning mainframe.
The men as well, yeah, to see where we are with who's going to challenges, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I must say, the veterans game of headers and volleyball is still going.
Get down there and commentate that, maybe. Live webcast it. Beach scene. I might plonk myself down there on that, down the beach somewhere down there and have a, I don't know, swim, a surf. Maybe I might get on one of those. I've seen a guy doing sort of aggressive gymnastics on 2 poles, so I might just get there and sort of do handstands using my upper body strength for a while. Might do that. So much fun on the beach, perfect temperature. The water's a little bit nippy for a swim, but you can still, it's so hot that you love getting sort of in, because it properly braces you and freshes you up.
You can still surf on boardies, Ben.
I know. Yeah, I saw you do that yesterday for a good, wow, it's probably 45 minutes. I'm very rarely impressed by your idiocy, but that was that was good going. That was cold. But yeah, it's so hot that just a quick dip, you're immediately refreshed and cooled down. It's pretty much ideal. Okay, yeah, well, I'll have to find someone else to play with then, Paul. If you're going to sit with you and Rob, we're going to do a good 4 hours of QS number crunching.
Might have a look at the schedule as well for the upcoming season and just, go over some of the details.
So Santa Cruz is coming up in September.
Cross the I's and dot the T's, so to speak.
Yeah. I might see what Chico's got in store. I reckon he probably said there's a high tide bank somewhere on this beach. Yeah, I reckon I can safely say that might be his sort of option for a bit of vacation time this afternoon. These guys aren't vacating that. They've got 3 minutes. Frediani, she's got priority. She needs one big wave. She did it yesterday, Paul, didn't she, with a sort of
set here. She needs to go this. There's something shaping out the back. She's seen it. 3 on the clock. Needs a number 593. Maybe this one doesn't shape up quite in the way I thought. She doesn't seem particularly interested. Addo might have a little spin. She realises it's just going to go soft and run underneath. So that's set to flatten to deceive, really. Some more lines coming through. Addo won't mind if that doesn't happen. She's got the lead. It's quite a solid one, actually. Frediani really needs to go big, but here we go. We've got some energy coming in to close out our quarterfinals for the women. Who's going to face Yolanda Hopkins in the second semi-final? At the moment, it's Pauline Addo. However, a wave here for Frediani, who paddles a full 360. She's looking for a 593. Frediani, good-looking wave here. She's up and riding off the bottom. Quick turn in the pocket. And a close-out move. That one ran away. And that's not what she needed, Ben, with 2 on the clock.
Yeah, that was... yeah, she didn't... I mean, the wave, I don't know if it had that potential for a 6, but it had some potential. She didn't really... Even the first turn was pretty shallow. So, yeah, not what she needs. Not the surfing that, to get through a quarterfinal at this level. She's probably making a good move to try and get away from her opponent. Don't think Addo will let that happen. So you sense that could have been her last throw of the dice. And that hasn't been enough. Had an excellent week. She'll take a lot of experience, some good times. But it looks like her luck may have run out just on 90 seconds to go.
Yep, Addo with priority now. We'll look to control this. Doesn't seem in a particular hurry to cover Braye Frediani. Surprised about that? Here she goes now.
Yeah, I was.
You were surprised, and now you're not.
Addo-like not to just let her opponent go. Maybe she's made just a minute to go. She's trying to improve her score. either way. It's a bit of a damp squib and to what's been a pretty uneventful quarterfinal, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not been a classic, this one. That's just a function of the waves have gone a bit soft. The one before was pretty similar as well. In fact, the scores are of a really similar order. That one just happened to be a lot closer between Fierro and Hopkins. This one, Ado has shown the quality. It's the one turn, really, that got it done for her. Got the 5.33 on a left that just had a lot more energy. Otherwise, it's been very sluggish, hasn't it? Tomorrow will be another day, and it'll be another finals day for Pauline Ado. How many finals days do you reckon she's been in her illustrious career?
422. I reckon at least 24 over the course of a long career. She probably averages, what, 2 or 3 a year, maybe, over the course of 10 years on tour. Maybe longer now competing.
Did the final in Morocco against Hopkins?
Yeah, she got a result there. She was well out of the...
That's who she'll be facing tomorrow.
Up until Morocco, she was nowhere near the ratings, so she got a massive final in Morocco. That's classic Ado. She fights back, and now she's going on to the Challenger Series, and she's got to win, and that's all that matters. Pauline will come up. It's pretty stacked semi-finals. Hopkins versus Ado. And you've got the 2 Portuguese servers, Mafalda versus, like Secco on the other one.
Yeah, so we're decided for our semi-finalists now for men and women. Shortly, we're going to take a look at the bracket, see how we're shaping up for those semis and that route to the final, which will go down tomorrow. It's a little victory lap for one of those 4 surfers remaining in the women's event, Pauline Ado. Let's check it out. Here we go. So first semi is going to feature 2 of the outstanding young and upcoming Portuguese talents, Mafalda Lopes, Kika Secco. Then on the other half, we've got Hopkins and Ado. How would you like those matchups, Ben?
Yeah, well, the 4 form surfers of the whole event, I'd say. I think that Bonvalot Secco one was a highlight. So Teresa's probably the only sort of top seed that's gone missing. The rest are all, been the best surfers, not only throughout this event, maybe the last sort of 3 or 4 events on the whole European qualifying series. So yeah, I'm happy with that. Got the form surfers in the final, which is what we need.
Bit of fun day in the sunshine on a Friday. Don't go anywhere. We got the Estrella Galicia post show, all the big talking points from the day, the heats of the day, the wave of the day as well. That's coming at you from Portugal as we wrap things up right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome to the Caparica Surf Fest Estrella Galicia post-show. Blazing sunshine on a Friday lunchtime in Portugal, and we've had quarter-finalists decided. It's been an intriguing day of competition. We're going to come back tomorrow for finals day. A bunch of talking points to break down throughout today's action. But before we get to that, let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat. Pauline Addo is with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Pauline, finals day tomorrow. Are you excited?
Yes, happy to make it into the semis. A bit frustrated about the waves in the heat because I've seen all the girls and the guys before like ripping, and I was pretty excited to surf my heat. And I just had average scores, I guess enough to make it, but I think both Bahia and myself were a bit frustrated.
Do you think it was a good call they didn't do the finals day today?
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a good call to get that low tide window. I think even for my heat it was a bit too high, a little bit. But I think also the swell is dying, so it's not helping. So yeah, hopefully tomorrow we can pick the right timing and have fun waves.
And we've just got Portuguese girls in the semi-finals, and you. Do you think there's something there? It's going to be a disadvantage for you having the local knowledge against you, but you also have a lot of local knowledge.
Well, yeah, I've been here a couple of times. Every year the banks are different. Well, yeah, I guess all the Portuguese girls surf here way more than myself, but I don't know. I just think it's a matter of being in rhythm, being like on point with your surfing. So I'm not thinking about it that much. Like I know I'm the only non-Portuguese in the semis, but I don't feel like it's a disadvantage.
Well, hopefully everyone just cheers for the good surfing, right?
Yes, definitely.
We'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations.
See you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great stuff, Pauline Addo getting it done, getting through the semi-finals. That's what we expect from her down the years. Tell you what, she's got some new talent to contend with in the semi-finals. Let's get into our talking points for the day, guys. Overall impressions on today, maybe a little bit less energy from the swell. It's been a touch problematic, particularly later in the day in the tide, the women's quarters.
Yeah, we lost a bit of the swell, a bit of the energy. And yeah, as the tide came in for the women's, probably a bit sluggish. But what we did gather was we've got a south wind. We've got some aerials come into play. So for the first day, like consistent big airs getting made, especially in the early men. So I think we lost a bit of, the big wave and the big turns. We got airs. So, give or take. I'm happy with that.
Jervis, your impressions on the action you've seen today?
I think it was kind of slow and the waves were kind of soft, but I think the surfers did a very good job. And
nerves are a factor as well. Quarterfinals, you're really close to a big result. Surfers on the cusp, particularly in the men. There are a few permutations. You think maybe some nervous energy as well?
Obviously, because it's super tense. Everyone wants to be on the challengers, and there's a few points to be decided still. And it's always the last few days of contests are always super tense, and people get a little nervous, but we saw some really good surfing.
Mundy mentioned the air wind was a factor, came into play, and it also gave us one of the most entertaining heats we've seen. Well, recent memory, really, with some huge numbers going down. Let's turn attentions to our men's heat of the day. Featured two of the outstanding surfers throughout the rounds here. This guy, Joan Duru, had looked solid as a rock throughout. He'd been on all the best waves with speed, the power on the set waves, but he came up against this guy who took it to another level, literally.
Yeah, he did. Marco, I mean, this was a really strong start from Joanne. This is earlier on in the heat. We've been a really slow first heat. This is the second quarterfinal. We thought, okay, here we go, we're on. Joanne's in form. He was taking those backhand sort of waves, but then this guy just came to the party, didn't he, Philippe?
Yeah, I didn't give one single chance to Joan Duru, and as he started off really strong, he actually had to let go a 7-point and an 8-point ride. So that shows how good he was surfing, and these claims are really good.
The claims are so good. Mignot put on a show today. This is the one who's driving down. This is just one massive aerial. You know what he's got thinking of, and here he goes. Boomtown. Grabs his rail, and then here we go again. What's he got this time? He does another little 3-point claim on this one. So, yeah, giant aerial, technical, speed, progression, flow. He had it all, and he got a massive heat total, 8.66, and a bit of, entertainment factor as well. I loved watching that. That was one of the best heats of the whole event.
Yeah, he's sort of saying something. The hands go on the hips. Interesting.
Yeah.
In the post-heat interview, he actually said there's a few people that doubted him, said he couldn't beat Joanne. So he almost like dedicated his win, his performance to the doubters.
Yeah.
Almost a little bit Biggie Smalls energy right there.
Yeah, I felt a little bit of resentment there.
I like
Someone
it.
just told him, and yeah, it was super straightforward, and he just put it out there. Just, yeah, you're doubting me. I won, and I won with a lot of good scores.
Speaking of up-and-coming talents, we saw two of them in women's second quarter-final. Let's think about our heat of the day for the women. It featured two of the outstanding surfers from Portugal and across Europe. Of course, our World Junior champ, Kiga Secco, taking on Teresa Bonvalot. This was a cracker of a heat.
Yeah, it was a massive heat between these two of the sort of best young Portuguese surfers. And it was for Secco, though. She was just really, really committed on these big turns. She had bigger turns, didn't she, Philippe? Basically, the money was in those huge scores.
Yeah, I actually think that Teresa actually got some of the best waves of the heat, and she surfed really well. This is her best score. The second turn is really strong on that. And she got some of the best waves, but yeah, as you said, Kika, just those are, she did some huge turns. She has been doing that the whole contest, and today was no different.
Yeah, Bonvalot put her under pressure, but every time that Teresa would come back with a good score, Kiki would do something like this. Just had a lot of speed. It's really surprising this turn. We didn't really see it coming, and then, just a really big layback snap, bit of a fin drift, and that got her further over the line. So power, sometimes only needed one big turn to get it. And this wave, she was more connection. So
how intense would you say this rivalry was, Philippe, between these two?
Yeah, it's getting there. I think it's gonna be more and more intense.
I mean, we like rivalries. We
years.
like to talk them up, obviously, for entertainment factor. But it seems like these two at the top of their game, going at it. Something we'd like to see more of.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of. They're gonna have a lot of hits together for the rest of their lives. So they might as well just get used to it and don't take it personally.
Bring it on. Straight Galicia wave of the day. Should we get into that?
Absolutely.
Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, I think we're going to find it's that man again. Marco Mignot, there he is. He came in the booth a couple days ago. He was relaxed. Now he wants to win the European, the qualifying series. He can win that with one more week tomorrow. But this is the way we just saw. It's just the speed. And there was only one thing that was going to happen here. It was just whether he could absolutely land it clean. And he landed it so clean. And then he throws the spark. So progression, haven't seen a lot of it in the event, courtesy of the sort of the conditions we've had, but when he came to the party today, and he looks very, very dangerous and relaxed and fun. All the things you want in a surfer.
Coming back for finals day tomorrow. What's it going to take this thing out and go all the way?
Well, surfing like that, I think you're going to need 17, 18 point heat totals, hopefully.
Yeah, some of the best surfers are on the semifinals.
I'm going to need a name from each of you for tomorrow, men and women. Who are you fancying?
I'm going to back Mignot. I think he's the form surfer of the event. It's only 4 left.
I'm going to be biased and call it Vasco.
Okay, for the ladies?
I'm going to go Secco.
Yeah, me too.
Classic Monday, classic Jervis. Thanks for those insights, guys.
How about you? You didn't say yours.
No, I didn't. I'll tell you tomorrow morning. We'll tease the audience on tenterhooks throughout the
very indecisive.
rest of the Friday.
He needs a lot of time. He needs a lot of time to make decisions.
Yeah, I want to just have a little look at the forecast and maybe just sort of go back over some of the footage from today. If you'd like to go check out highlights from the day, of course, worldsurfleague.com, where you can check that out. Also, see if there's any action fires up from Bells Beach on the Championship Tour later. Otherwise, we're looking at a 9 o'clock call for a possible 9:22 start tomorrow morning. I don't mind it. Finals day will be tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Trademark, and then just needed to get this one up.
Tiva was busy early on.
Yeah, he's had the waves to win this heat.
Get up and swinging. Here he goes. First click off the top. Keeps the speed up. Bang. There's a nice turn with a little bit of drift.
It's the Secco call. He's called it exactly, hasn't he?
Mignot started off even better, 7.17. Nice first setup carve, straight into an air.
Pretty technical, Philippe.
It is. You could see straight away there he's going to go for the air. Honestly, This is the lot of speed, compressing off the bottom, grabs that rail, that huge rotation, lands on the lead. We already have the scores. You want to say it, Ben?
Oh, a 9.83.
Really well surfed wave. I'm calling it his best wave of this heat. He controlled it.
Quarterfinal. Well, it's all been about one surfer, hasn't it, Chico?
Yeah, my father lost money, turned bangs off the top, lowered the tail to the back of the wave, handled.
A lot of speed, hasn't got a turn yet, but she's got speed for something big here. Oh, and a big layback snap. Gloves on. And there's her mum, she's happy.
As the judges reward that.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or other